Yeah, you might say it's a buzzer beater, but I'm in the room, don't worry. I don't clock in late, don't worry, I'm here. I know it's a 0, but I was here. How's everybody doing tonight? Yo, what's going on? Welcome to the Grove Sleeper PNW broadcast. Let me just get everything all set up here. Got a brand new USB port on my phone, so hopefully it stays charged up. That'd be real groovy. All right. Just get my last couple things here. I gotta go wireless headphones tonight because we're going full plant mode. Working on all plants tonight. Should be very fun. And I'm up to your guys' suggestions as people kind of roll in here. You guys let me know what you wanna see first. Alright guys, I think it's safe to kick this thing over to the intro scene. Hello, what's up everybody? We got sound now. Good. Turn Spotify down just a bit. Thanks to Stream Beats by Harris Heller for the background music while we're doing these streams. Much appreciated. Just a little bit of background ambiance. Alright guys, so we're going to get to work tonight. I'm not going to waste too much time going over the outline. I've got tons of notes and tons of projects that we can be working on. We can be styling a U that I put into a pot recently. We also have a nursery state U that I can put into one of 2 slabs that I've gotten drilled today. I also have a Mugo pine that... Oh, hey, what's up, Tacital? Good evening. Late afternoon over here. I got a Mugo pine, and I'll probably bring all the trees in and let you guys kind of choose what you want to work on. See what is exciting to y'all. But it's just going to be a chill night, hanging out, doing some projects. I think I got everything all set up. I ordered some new training pots. So yeah, Bonsai stream. Woo! We've been getting some motion on these Bonsai streams recently. Thanks so much to all of our recent followers and our recent gift subs. Thank you for being here, Tacitul, like you always are. No gaming tonight, just hanging out, making sticks pretty, as you like to say. Might play some games later this week. We'll see. How's your night gone? Anything cool happened today? Been a nice chill Sunday, I hope. Let's go ahead and set up our project scene, because I don't want to waste too much time. I want to get right to it because there's so much to do tonight, and we can really cover a lot of bases. All right. Alright, let's see how our camera's looking. Boom. Alright. Pretty good so far. This is the tree that we made on our last stream. Let me turn it to the front for you. Should look like that. That's the one that we finished up. It still has more foliage to take off, but I didn't want to take too much all at once. It's got so much cool bark on the inside here that's kind of starting to flake off. I'll be able to start pulling more and more of that bark off and hit some lime sulfur on it, kind of bleach it out and make it look really cool. So yeah, this one turned out really nice. I think this is a cool little step up here into this little cave. I want to like get a little LED light in there so it looks like there's a light in the cave in the front. Just like that. Made a little outcropping. So yeah, that's what the slab work looks like. This is the smallest tree I had to put onto a slab. So we did that last time, and now we're gonna be working our way up to bigger ones. Just a couple trees at a time. All right, let's get locked in. I gotta move my mic so that you guys can all hear me. Tassadul, I hope you've been having a great day, evening, all that good stuff. Hopefully you can hang out for a little while tonight while we're doing this tree stuff, if it fits your fancy. Let's see. I've had some thoughts here. I think I want to turn my angles a bit so that I can get a little bit. You guys really benefit from the black background, but I'm going to be wearing a white shirt next to this, so this will probably be fine. Really crank out the mic as far as it'll go, and hopefully that's a good view for everybody. I can rotate the table from here. So let's just do a quick spot check, everybody. How's everyone feeling today? While I make sure that all of my tools are in order, my mise en place. How are you all doing? Anybody who's just trickling on in, I'm Grove Super PNW. We do different plant and bonsai related projects on this channel. We also do some different types of horror gaming and indie gaming. Not a lot of multiplayer, but we've thought about integrating some multiplayer soon. I got this cool little tarp thing. It came for free. How did it come for free? Because it came with these. I ordered 3 big trainer pots. These are finally big enough to take some of these stock nursery trees that I'm picking up. So today, when we rip them out of their buckets and we get them down to bare root, we'll be deciding if we want to put it onto slabs like this, which will take much longer and make it look way cooler. But if it's just too big to be viable on a slab, it's going to go into a trainer pot. So that's why I have those on standby. I'm just going to throw this one behind me here. Just a little reminder of what we can knock out in one session. And more. And then the black background is actually helpful for you guys to see. So I'm going to pull this flag up just a bit. Just a tad. Final stage prep. Stand by. Okay, good. I got some dried sphagnum here. I'm gonna need this. I'm gonna need this stuff for building my muck walls. So I'll put that over here for right now. All right, man. Let's see. Weekend's going well. That's awesome. Some V2 models moving around, a comic, and whatever I should call the payment for. Hey, yeah. And then the where your bread is buttered, as they say. You gotta go grab the bag however you can. But the other stuff sounds pretty cool for the passion side too. A comic, huh? Are you doing like a web comic or like a physical print comic? Yeah, I got this thing on the turntable for optimal viewing experience tonight. I really hope. All right. First things first, I've got to repot a Monstera really quick for my girlfriend. Just while we're getting vibe going. Just while we're getting started up. Got this really nice pot for like $20. And then I got this awesome Monstera. It was beautiful Thai constellation Monstera. Look at all the leaves, they're nice and colorful. So I'm gonna put this into here so it has a chance to grow out. Just the easy stuff first, and then we'll work into the harder stuff. So basically, I'm gonna have to throw a, I hate cutting this inside. This is aluminum. I really would prefer plastic stoppers, drain stoppers. Easter to release, huh? That's cool. You gotta plug me in. Let me know how I can help or contribute or, you know, whatever I can do to help as a viewer or consumer. Let me know. I'd love to check it out when it's all wrapped up. Okay, I'm gonna actually cut for multiple here. Then take the bigger one. There we go. Well, man, you've got a whole bunch of cool projects going on right now. So do I, actually. I've got so many trees to take care of at the moment. I'm gonna get time with it though. I'm just gonna double this up, I think. This is really, 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 really thin wire. I don't like this stuff. I do not like it, Sam. I am. That's more for like tying things together. Not quite what I'm trying to do here. One second. You know what? Twist ties actually work pretty good. I use twist ties on this one. Way too many projects. Seriously, I've been like feeling pretty bad about how far behind I was on my spring projects, because certain trees are starting to suffer a little bit for it, but I'm getting back on track and we're gonna get them all done. All my air layerings are finished, so I'm finished cloning for the season. So at least I got that done in the time period that I have the best success rate. So hopefully I'll get lots of clones of trees. I've spent a bunch of time styling up all the little ditch junipers that I got, because I want to use those on my Silent Hill slab. And a little bit later, once we get into the bonsai stuff, I'll show you what I got. I even have like printouts of like the outline of the slab and how I want to recapture the like Lake Toluca scene right when James gets to Silent Hill. The Lake Toluca arrival. Look at the style you're using and let you know honestly. Hey, send it over Discord. It's probably a good way. I'm not gonna be able to check it out probably until a little bit later, or maybe if I take a break at the PC for a couple of minutes. But I will check it out, I promise you, and I'll give you my honest feedback for sure. I love animation and I love illustration and all those other quickly endangered arts. So I'm using zip ties on this, so they're not as tough as the wire I dropped it. Not as tough as the wire I usually use. One second, let me just use a little, let me do a dexterity check really quick. Dex check. And yep, got all four. That was a success. Okay, we'll tie them together. This is just like twist ties from the grocery store, but they should hold well enough. After the rock is on top of this, it's just gonna stay totally still. So that's just to kind of hold it in place while I fill it up. It's kind of turning into a heavy table. I don't want to overload my IKEA table. All right, well, the biggest lava that I've got, it's not really that large. It's like 1/2 inch to 1/4 inch. And smaller, it's kind of a mix. But that's good for a lower layer. Okay. Bunch of that stuff. Just all through the bottom. Nice drainage, perfect. And then I'm gonna hit it with a mix from here up of more of this. And then I've got some bark. This is just really like hydrating bark, like landscape bark. I wouldn't say I'm like the most trusted source for feedback, but from a friend, from a critical perspective, but from a friend's perspective, I'm more than happy to let you know what I think. I probably can't criticize it that well, because I've really fallen behind in more recent years on everything from manga to anime, and I think K-pop Demon Hunters was the last animated thing that I watched. Actually, I've been going back and watching old stuff like Courage the Cowardly Dog and Ed, Edd and Eddy. Some old cartoons. Alright, this is a nice mix for this. This is just going to drain straight through. Got to make sure that I've got something to capture the water underneath of this. So from here up, I'm pretty comfortable putting in the plant. I'll put a little bit more of this rock around the outside, and then the rest is going to be our topsoil that we've got. It's pretty much just like a kind of a mold, like a bark mulch topsoil mix. All right. Actually, there's some really good stuff over here from the nursery I might use too. I might use a little bit of nursery mix in here because that stuff is really good. It's got perlite and stuff in it. Oh no, I think that my shovel is outside. Where's the safest place to put a bamboo skewer for a minute? How about right here? Yep, that seems fine. Stick it into yesterday's piece. Also, I'm always very impressed by my friends' work. I have friends who are like musicians and stuff, and they might not be like the, top tier musicians of the world or anything, but I'm like, whoa, you're so good at that. You're so talented. I wish I could do that. I might take another crack at learning. I just fixed an acoustic guitar. That could be a nice, relaxing, strummable instrument. Or if I wanted to go the electronic route, I have all my DJ gear and my electronic keyboard and stuff. I could do some digital music. Digital music. I'm gonna toss some gloves on. So yeah, this is just gonna be a nice mix of essentially dirt, rock, and bark. That's what I like to use for these indoor tropical plants. It drains quickly. I water them pretty much daily unless it shows otherwise. Yeah, I know, I'm not really musically inclined. I had a little streak in college where I thought it was really cool to be able to like DJ. I had a little cool Mr. Cool Guy DJ streak in college. But I'm not that musically inclined. It was never my medium. Food and plants. Food and plants have somehow kind of become my medium, and I guess the channel has been over here on Twitch with all you guys, all my fun Twitch friends that come and hang out and are always so encouraging and supportive and cool while I'm just sitting here playing around with plants. Stuff that literally, like, I would just be doing out in my yard by myself, but I have so much more fun doing it here with you guys. So yeah, this is a Thai Constellation Monstera, and if they're really well developed and large, these things can sell for thousands of dollars. I think I picked it up for 35 bucks. It was a bit smaller. It's had two or three new leaves come out, but it already needs room to grow, and this thing's gonna be an absolute giant. So if I drop the other pot in here right now, looks like it's just about to the right level if I break down the soil. So it's time to get this bad boy out of here. I'll do it this way. Turn that sideways and maybe work over this piece of this new flexible tarp. It's actually really nice to have this because I have been working with just the sheet trays, the steel sheet trays, but they don't fold up nicely, so it's a lot easier to just like take a dump of dirt outside when I need to. Here, I'll be with you in 1 second here. Okay, what do we got? Oh, Guitar Hero. Guitar Hero is still pretty impressive when people get good at it. I could play a little bit. I had it on PS2. I could play a little bit of Guitar Hero. I was never like Dragon Force expert level or anything like that, but I could beat a lot of my friends. I'd probably get smoked in like any type of tournament or like 1v1 though, because it's been so long since I've done any type of rhythm games. Except for one silly puzzle in like Tormented Souls. There was like a rhythm game that I had the correct answer, but you have to get the rhythm like exactly right. And so it like wouldn't let me through. I had to like cheat to make sure I wasn't going crazy. Oh wow. Okay, this thing's got a vibrant root system going. I just put this tree, this plant into this pot not too long ago. All right, let's see how it's growing. You guys get a nice view. I'm just gonna dump the original substrate in. Okay, I feel my old little hole blocking mesh in there. Yeah, it's grown out into the sides of the bowl, it looks like. Come on out, guy. Come on out. Sometimes you gotta go all the way upside down. Let's see. Gotta be careful not to snap. We're not gonna snap anything. Ah, we got some movement. A little bit of movement. Up. Come on, I'm raising you up. Come on out. All right, I'm gonna give it one more round with the root cutting sickle because I don't wanna hurt the tree. It looks like it started having some spot grow into the back here maybe. Yeah, it was starting to grow into the outcropping in the pot, and so it's stuck right here. Lots of new, fresh roots going on here. This thing is gonna go absolutely bananas. Okay, so we got a nice mix in here, yeah? And we're about to get a nice little layering of the original. You know what? I'm gonna raise up a little higher so that it's got that original substrate right around it. By just throwing in 1 cup of some stuff here. This is just my like bed filler dirt. It's pretty much bark mulch. Should work fine as long as my drainage is operating nicely underneath because it'll hold on to moisture right around these tropical roots. But all the extra water will go away so they don't rot. One more. This stuff drains good too. Like, some of it's pretty large grit, kind of large pieces of bark in here. Okay, so I'm just gonna spread that around really quick in the area where I'm gonna have the original substrate and the root ball, and then everywhere else I'm gonna fill in with rock and some other high drainage stuff. So here we go. There it goes. Now she should come out. Come on, baby. Come on out. Don't put me on live stream fails by snapping in half or something silly like that. Okay. Yep. Just gotta shimmy shake a little bit. We're just gonna shimmy shake. Then we twist and shimmy shake. See, the shimmy shake always works. Ah, here's a big old chunk of our root mass here. It's really been growing downwards quickly. Ah, it's getting like this much deeper pot. Look at how, yeah. Look at how fast it was growing downwards. It was already reaching the bottom of the pot. Woo! All right then. I'm gonna go ahead and just recycle this dirt. And then if this thing's sitting right about here, and I'm mixing in again. You know, I think I'm actually at a good point here where I've got enough extra of this substrate that I'm dumping my rocks now for the outside. And I'm just mixing these rocks in along the outer edge. And then it's just got this nice kind of pocket in the middle for that tropical root mass to grow. But everything will stay nice and broken up. There we go. You can play lots of games properly too, Tassible. Don't forget about that. You're very good at retro games. So you can play all sorts of games. Wow, look at all these roots, guys. I don't have to do this, and I probably shouldn't too far, but just to show you guys the cool root mass. These tropical plants are so cool. Big fatty roots. Okay. Now with a nice push in, this looks like it's about level and it's about flat. Balanced? Let's see. Well, my stuff's kind of off kilter a little bit, but you know, centering is an interesting thing with monsteras anyway because they grow in such a silly fashion. You kind of have to put them up on like a trellis of sorts to climb up. I got some large pieces of bark right here. They're almost like little wood stakes that I used last time, and I'm gonna put those back here. Again, I'm encouraging the radial roots to keep growing out this side too, just by breaking this up a bit. But I don't want it to sink down any further right here, so I'm gonna put the two little pieces, or not two, but that few little pieces of wood right there. And from here, I'm just gonna hand scoop all of this in, and we're just about done with project one, the warm up. Here's our mesh. There's some, looks like dead stuff. Okay. I'm making sure that all of my roots are covered with some of this OG mix here. Yep, dump it all in. And just get one nice covering over the entire area there with all the native roots in their native soil. They'll continue to be happy, at least for the time being, while it kind of recovers from the shock of the repotting. It wasn't too heavy of a repot. Looks like we lost pretty much one sensitive little root there. And when I say sensitive, they're just extremely brittle. Kind of like the orchid that I've had regrowing for about a year now. I got it as a gift last year, and usually people get an orchid and once it blooms and goes away, they throw it away, but I've kept mine open for a year now. It's just been floating in some water, really, and taking the water that it needs, and it's growing a new shoot about halfway up. Oh. Yep. So that's fun stuff going on with the indoor plants too. Maybe one day I'll show off more of the indoor plant stuff when we're not so busy doing bonsai. Okay. I think I have just enough of this lava to give it a good layer of lava with the mulch mix all across the top here. Ooh, and I want to keep this dust. This dust is actually good for my muck walls. I need the dust out of the bottom of this. Lava dust is good. So whenever I get a little scoop of lava dust, I like to hold on to it. And I'm just spreading that around the outside. And you know what? This is gonna hold the plant in place. And it actually looks really nice with the lava rock on top without the bark. So I think I'm gonna just leave it at lava. I'm gonna leave it the lava loco. We're living la vida lava. Cool. Well, that looks nice. Maybe I'll pull the rocks back and I'll put a little bit of the... I'll pull the rocks back to the edge. So there's an edge of rock, and then I'm gonna have just a little like basin, or not basin, but kind of a lagoon around with the bark. Let me grab a little more of that. So it's gonna be kind of two-tone here. Two textures. And this will also help fill in around the root ball where it wants to wash in a bit more. So I'm dumping this in as far as I can so I don't get it all in the rocks and make it look nasty again. There. And then as that gets watered, it'll wash into place, especially the lower areas. And then the upper areas are held in with now a nice layer of lava. And I think that we're looking pretty good. Looking pretty dang good. My girlfriend will be impressed that her plant looks awesome. And a lot of these more fine pieces of mulch here are just gonna kind of fall into the plant. So I'm gonna call this good. I'm gonna give it a quick press, a light press, because like I said, it's on my IKEA table and I don't need it collapsing on me. But after a couple of waterings, and maybe we stick the stake back in here just for some stability. How about like this? I feel like there's a new leaf coming off here, so I don't want to do it there. Maybe I'll do this. There, that went like through the root ball, so that should hold everything in place a bit from this big stocky stem right there. Okay guys, one down. That was the warm-up project. Time to get crazy now with some bonsai. I think it sucks because I might have just ran an ad a second ago. But that's all good. Sweet, task got him. Task got him. All right, so there you go. What do you think? Thai Constellation Monstera. Total price, pot and tree was like 50 bucks. Pot and the tree, 50 bucks for this. I'd say it's pretty decent. I'll make you guys dizzy doing that. I'll just have to you the... There you go. One down. All right, so like I said, we got trees coming in. Trees, trees, trees. What do we work with first? I'll bring in all three, and you guys who are in stream can help decide what goes where, how we're gonna build. It's almost like a Twitch event, okay? It's a Twitch builds bonsai. Is that a thing I could like change the maybe I'll change the stream to something like that. Twitch builds a bonsai. Twitch builds bonsai. I'm gonna call it viewer choice bonsai. Viewer choice styling. Viewer choice styling. Yeah. Okay. I think that's a good title, kind of a Twitch builds. So yeah, we can use your guys' input. Current tree, let me see. Let me say, we're done with the monsters. We're gonna change this to Twitch builds. Drop your styling choice styling decisions into chat. And it's funny because somebody could literally be like, cut that branch off, and I'd be like, okay, we used to make that look cool. There's really not too many right or wrong ways to do this thing. It's really just up to personal preference. All right, and I am hoping that this is out of the way. I'm gonna maybe move it over here. Yeah, I'll put it up here. And then, in addition to Twitch builds, we're gonna go, we're gonna say Mugo, Pine, Hicks, U, Bird's Nest, Spruce, and more. I'm gonna leave y'all hanging with and more. I can't think of the more off the top of my head. But this actually works okay right here on this wall. Now that I'm looking at OBS, this kind of looks good, right? I could probably darken that shadow up, the opacity, right? Something like that, yeah. Okay, I like this. How are you guys liking the stream so far? How are you liking how things are turning out aesthetically? It looks like you guys can't really see chat because I've got these boxes back here, but it's just for my clay and sphagnum moss. This stuff can move. So now you can see a little bit better with the black background, and I am going to work on getting like a full black background for us, you guys. It's just something that I'm gonna have to either buy new material for or repurpose my old material in a creative way. But I'm gonna get this stuff that's on the wall back there, and I'm gonna move it up, probably put it on one of these. Here, maybe this will help with viewing, see? So I can always use this, but I wanna get the black material over it so that it really contrasts. I have a white piece of like poster board as well. So we'll keep playing around with that. All right, I'm gonna go show my girlfriend her new Monstera. I have a transplant that I'm gonna do tomorrow, but I'm not gonna save it, or I'm not gonna do it here on stream. I'll save it for another time. It's not that interesting. But this is a beautiful, beautiful plant. A big come up. All right, we're vibing. Having a good time, guys. Tassadle here for the hors d'oeuvres at the beginning. Tassadle was here for the appetizer. So let's do a quick palate cleanser. I'm gonna have a quick break, take this out, water it, give it to my girlfriend. I'm sure she'll give me a big hug. And then I'm gonna bring in the trees that we're working with today, guys. We have 3 options and I think 3 different types of receptacles that we can put these trees into. So this is gonna be a really cool viewer's choice type of stream. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just leave it like this. That's cool. So now you guys can probably see chat a little bit better. Especially if I even move a bit more like that. A little bit better. My little wall tapestry, or not tapestries, but my wall scrolls are kind of in the way. Alright guys, hang tight for just a couple of minutes. We're at 59 followers right now. If you're new here, become follower number 60 here at the Grove Super PNW channel. We would love to have you coming back for more fun projects. Is this our first stream of May? Sure is, guys. Took the last 2 days off, did I? Is that accurate? Sounds right. Keeping track of how many days I'm streaming this year. Because I want to hold myself accountable. And I want to do better for you guys. And I want to do better for myself. And I want to do things that make me happy. And I want to grow my mastery to 10,000 hours. I know that doesn't happen in 1 year. It doesn't even happen in... It happens in about 5 years. And I've had, you know, years growing up where I used to play around with this type of stuff. But never anything like this serious. So we're doing lots more advanced stuff that I've ever been used to. I'm learning new stuff all the time. We're experimenting. We're going to start doing some really insanely cool gaming and famous trees in gaming and pop culture pieces. They're going to look really amazing. And I've got some plans and I'm going to go over them with you guys a little bit later. But for right now, let's bring in today's candidates for our next transplants. And gin work and styling and everything else that we're going to be working on. So hang tight, you guys. We will be right back, I do promise. Is it the project screen that I switched over here to? Yeah, let's leave it right here for now. Alright, guys. We'll be right back, okay? Alright, thanks for hanging out. I hope you guys are ready for a little bit of a marathon once things get kicked off again, okay? I want to give you all sorts of new ideas to start pondering. Including our 18 by 18 flagstone that I'd like to be a circular loop down to Lake Toluca for our Silent Hill project. So got a little bit of source material started there. A little source material started from checking out Nub Zombie's streams. Shout out to Nub Zombie for cam hacking. Makes my job a lot easier doing this. Coming up is going to be the viewer's choice segment. You guys get to choose what tree we work on, what ones we wait on, whether they go into pots, onto slabs. I'm letting you guys choose, and we're going to build them and see how Twitch can direct the build. So let me grab a couple more things, guys. Couple more things to get. Let's see, I'm gonna put this right in the middle, and I'm gonna let everybody know, BRB ads, starting up Bonsai projects. I'm gonna run the ad that's slated for 8 minutes from now, starting up Bonsai projects. Starting up, Twitch builds Bonsai projects. Get in now and help me decide how to style some hopeless trees. There we go. Hopefully that's not clickbaity, but it's up dead center up in the middle, just like that for the BRB. So I'm gonna be back in just a minute, guys, while I keep moving these things around. I want this to move efficiently from one to the next. Getting all my substrates together, getting all my pots together, getting all of my freshly drilled flagstone in here to show off to you guys. Got my 3 trees, so just give me 1 more minute here. Almost there. Try and be courteous with everybody's time and let you guys know I need 7 minutes. Go. And we should be getting back. Actually, you know what? It's gonna be 2 minutes of ads. So let me restart that and add like 1 more minute. There we go. There. Okay, guys. I'll stick to the timing. Okay, last thing. All right, now when ad break ends in about 45 seconds, that's when things start to get serious. That's when things start to get serious. So let's go ahead and get rid of the BRB. Microphone's all the way over there. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. So here's tree number one. I'm gonna have to move my camera back a bit, I think. Maybe to here to capture the whole scene. Probably move it this way a little as well. But there's tree number one. A really cool Mugo that I picked up. It's got an insanely cool Nabari. It almost looks like the Deku tree. Ads are still in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 progress here. So finally I can throw some headphones on. All right, who's back? Who's back? We all back? So I got everybody. Okay guys, so here's the idea. I got 3 different plants for you to choose from to pot, and 1 to start doing insane Jin Bunjin styling on. So I'll walk you through all 4 options. Anybody who happens to be in right now is pretty much going to get to help choose, and if you aren't here, then I will make the decisions myself. But here's an example of what a piece of our flagstone might look like. This is my largest one. It's 18 by 18. And I plan on using this for our Silent Hill build. Whoops. Using lots and lots of small pine trees. And then lots of moss, lots of elevation change, some little props, maybe some little 3D printed models or something like that. But those are all ideas for the Silent Hill build. Silent Hill 2. I have a great tree for Silent Hill F, but it needs some work. I've got to definitely get it back into good shape this year. So maybe later in the year I'll be able to accomplish that one. I'm going to need some props for that as well. But in the meantime, we're pretty much just practicing some skills. So AMA, you know, here for the AMA thing, 1,000 plus hours. And I'm probably getting closer to the 1250 hour. I'm about a quarter of the way there, guys. I think I'm closer to about 1250 plus hours. Twitch builds, blah, 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 yep. All right, I think that we're just about ready to get going here. So I'll start showing off the trees one at a time. Twitch builds, viewers choice starts now. And I suppose that we can stay here in art. Just gonna go ahead and update and reload everything and make sure that our stream's running nicely. Take a look at OBS. How's our OBS stats looking? I don't have the stats open. Looking clean, real clean. I'm not running any games on the PC right now, so. All right, let's get to choosing, guys. Guys, gals, NBs, anybody else that rolls through. Once again, I'm Grove Sleeper PNW, and I like to do these projects with you guys. I could do them by myself in my yard, but what's the fun in that? Maybe while we're hanging around. Nah, we'll leave this up, that's fine. Just second view. And then here's my lights from here. I'm gonna pull them down, try and get them into the action so you guys can see even better. Oh wow, look at that. Secret is that I get one of these big stone coasters and I set it on top of my lights so they don't go anywhere. That's my secret hack for the day. So now they're pointing towards the camera. I can't have that. But if your guys' perspective was more like this, that won't be a problem. Yeah, everything's all wrapped up. Hang on. We'll get it. We'll get it right. Get it perfect. How's that? Let's see. It's even like still a bit close. It won't look so close after we get the tree out of its nursery pot. It's just a big nursery pot right now. It's making it look very large. Let me try one thing, guys. I just go ahead and scoop this bad boy in like this. Oop. That actually seems like a way cleaner view, huh? This thing's all cattywampus, hang on. There we go. Yeah, that seems pretty decent. Center that tree on the black background so you can see it nicely. That should work. All right. So, viewer's choice portion. It's kind of starting up now. Welcome anybody who's just rolling in. I'm Grove Sleeper PNW, and we're about to do our very first Twitch builds a bonsai. Twitch builds a bonsai. Has it ever been done? I don't know. Will it become a weekly thing? I hope so. The weekly Twitch builds bonsai. Alright guys, so tree number 1 to choose from. Hopefully we've got our microphone on and everything's rolling nicely here. Can you guys hear, see, and catch my drifts all good? Probably not optimal placement for the table. I should move it over a bit. The thing is, it's got things like pieces of flagstone on it now that it's kind of heavy. That's a much more beneficial angle. All right, let's pull the microphone over. Can you guys hear me okay? I know it's really loud right now because I'm really close, but I'm about to back away. Okay, viewer's choice, guys. Let me know in chat. This is tree number 1. It's It's a Mugo Pumilio, Mugo Pine. It has a very dope Nabari to it. Over on this side, right here, the Nabari is big and round, big knotty, knot style, kind of a breast, if you will, is what they would normally call it. A knotty breast, haha. But really, this side of the tree has a lot of potential as well. If you gin this stuff up, and then you can probably see your potential leads better. So I'm not even quite sure about this one. I might throw it into a square pot, because I can see it from both directions. I'll be able to be really forgiving with the roots, meaning I can do a little bit more pruning, and I'm also going to start clipping off the top of some of these candles that are growing out a little bit too far. So we can do some styling on this one. We could pot it, but if I go as far as to put it on a slab, I can't do a whole lot with it. That'll be too traumatic to the tree. So there's option number one, everybody. And just so you know what we're talking about with our slabs, here's one example of one that I drilled out today. Here you go. You can see the one hole there, and the second hole is over on this other corner. So I actually was thinking that this would be the front leading up to the mound where you strap the tree in from there to there. So it's kind of at the top of the mountain, if you will. That'll look really sick as a slab, so that's one option for today. I could probably build the U into this one and maybe that Mugo. Maybe the Mugo. It depends on what the Mugo's root structure looks like, but there's one example of one of the slabs that we have to work with, and I have more than just those. But I did just drill 2 of them today with some diamond tipped bits. Okay, so that's option number 1. Option number 2 for a fresh plant is going to be this nest spruce. It's a bird's nest spruce. I'd love to get this one oriented in a way that it's kind of peacocking like this. I want to get it growing like this. So that'll be an interesting time dealing with the root system on this. I'll probably have to pull it back pretty dramatically. And in order for this one to take off well, I'll probably not take too much root system off and drop it into a trainer pot as well if I don't get any other input. So that's probably the direction I'm leaning on this one. Next contender I think is a really good option for putting onto a slab today and then doing some pretty extreme styling because this Hicks U can take it. This one I saved because it has this really great straight branch structure going up for the trunk up until about here, and then it splits off in 3 different directions, and this one actually grows off to this side pretty well. So I was thinking this one could actually bend further. I'll have to take a look. One of these 2 is going to end up being our living branch, and then the rest will get turned into gin. What I think I'm going to do is gin this stuff down to this little patch here, and then gin off this branch because it's just a bunch of straggly stuff. Although it does have some of the new growth. There's new growth over on this one as well, so I'm not worried about killing off the branches or anything. And then this back one is probably only going to be good for gin. I'm gonna have to definitely pull all this stuff off to make it so you can actually see the trunk, and then just gin the whole thing down. Take off all these little scraggly bits there. So that one could be a really great option on a slab like this. Whereas the Deku tree might be a little bit large for that job. But this is Twitch builds, so if you guys want to do a Deku tree on a slab, we'll do it. Or at least we'll do our best. So that's the 3 trees. We have a yew, a Mugo, and a nest spruce. So if anybody has an opinion on those, let me know and we'll get to planting one of those ASAP. One other thing I wanted to work on today was working on some gin practice. And I'm going to get a lot of gin practice on this tree when we plant it. And I almost feel like I want to practice on this one before I rip into my potted yew. But I can show you what the yew looks like after it is potted, but not fully styled. So this tree will look something a little bit more like this by the time we've got it into a pot or onto a slate. I suppose with the rock and such, this is probably the front. Lower sacrificial branch. I like those two little puffy branches right there. And then moving up, 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 everything else is gonna become Jin up here. I've already taken that one Jin, that pointy, this pointy one might stay, but lots of Jin gonna happen on this one. So this is gonna be a really good Jin practice. Maybe we'll mix it up. Kind of do a little bit of like back and forth here. See if anybody in chat has any opinions. What do you want to see worked on first? I wish I had like a countdown timer. How about this? I'm gonna try and there's no way for me to like run a, I know that I can run a Twitch poll, but I don't really know how. So I think I'd like to go in some alternating order here. What I'm gonna go ahead and do is, since there's nobody else in the channel right now, is I'll go ahead and make an executive decision, everybody. Hello. We're gonna work on the Mugo first, and I'm gonna put it into a trainer pot. I'm gonna take it outside right now and get it out of its bucket. Actually, I'll pull it out of its bucket right now, and then we're gonna take it outside and it's gonna get hosed down. And in the meantime, I'm gonna put into this. Okay. Drop your Twitch build. I wonder if I can pin this message too. A yew tree, B nest spruce, C let me see, we got, I'm gonna work on those two. I'll say U. Oops, C is gonna be C is Jin. Demo. Green deadwood. And then this is also what I want to see. Also, let me know if you want to see your trees in trainers, so they're more flexible in. Actually, you know what? Also, if we get 5 votes for slab, we will do a full build. So I'm gonna put these in trainer pots. Tacitol, I gotta check out your comic stuff. So I try to get some instructions into chat, you guys. Let me know your votes. Do you want to know A, B, or C for a tree? Let me know if you want to see if anything put onto a slab, and if I get 5 votes, I will start a slab project. They are pretty intensive, so I want to make sure that I at least get a little bit of hype. for the project. Let me text my dad really quick. I'm streaming tonight. And I want to send him what my last one looked like. There's a picture of the one I made. I guess I don't have a picture of the one that I made over there, huh? Oh, I do. Yeah, never mind. Alright, cool. He said nice. Nice. We're doing a stream. Nice. We got 4 bonsai projects to do. It's getting warm in here, guys. Hoofed up. I like wear my hat or else I'm gonna be sweating on everything. Woo! Alright. So I'll keep track of the votes. If we get like 5 concurrent viewers, we'll 5 concurrent viewers, we're gonna do the old Slabarooski. But I don't think that this Mugo is gonna be well suited for a slab anyways. I'm not gonna be able to tell until I bring it back inside after I hose it down, which is why I need this and a garbage bag. So let's get this all prepared to catch a lot of dirt. And let's pull this Mugo out and see what it looks like, guys. This is the coolest tree of the day, I think, to work with. It's got such this cool, like I said, it looks like the Deku tree a little bit. It's kind of freaky. But you'll get a nice close-up view of it as soon as I get it out of the pot. And we're all set up to go. So I got some of this natural substrate from the nursery. This stuff is fire. It's so good. So I'm gonna leave it right here. I gotta put somewhere that it's not gonna leak onto my carpet. Hang on, or at least not as bad. I can vacuum stuff up. That's not the worst thing in the world. Okay, so natural substrate, that mix. Okay, cool. Whew. These streams are a lot of work, you guys. If anybody's just tuning in or anything like that, first time viewers, I spent probably like 2.5 hours getting ready for the stream today, getting my substrates together, drilling stones, drilling the flagstaff so that hopefully we can do a flagstone. So hopefully we can do a slab build tonight. I would love nothing more than to do a slab build with you guys, but that flagstone is so valuable and important that I can't really just waste it on a boring stream. I want you guys to be part of those ones because those are the most interesting to me, at least. Those slab builds with the muck wall are so cool, but I can only do like 3 more. And I'm going to be out of, well, starting to run out of flagstone. Luckily, I can break off smaller pieces and make tiny trees. I'm going to have to make a coffee when I'm taking this tree out and I'm hosing it down because it has to get rinsed off a solid couple of times. And then I'm going to put it into a garbage bag to bring it in so that it doesn't get water everywhere. So it'll be hosed completely down. And before we do all that, I'll go ahead and get the pot ready. We're gonna be using a 14-inch trainer pot. I'm gonna start getting a big list of links. Maybe I can get a little bit of affiliate scratch for helping out Amazon because that's pretty much where I've found the best place to buy these is at this point in time. Local stores are just insanely expensive. Amazon seems to be the cheapest way to get a hold of trainer pots for about 10 bucks a piece. If you're lucky, you can find them on Craigslist or on Facebook Marketplace, but you probably have better luck in a bigger city, a little more rural area than I'm at. Okay, so I'm gonna have a 2-strip formation here. I'm never buying metal mesh again. This stuff is horrible. I'm getting plastic round meshes sent to me. This crappy aluminum stuff has just been poking at me like crazy. It's horrible. All right, so I'm gonna set these so that they're covering up all of the drain holes. Perfect. Even kind of like overlap them with each other. Can you guys see okay? Like this. Oh, I need to trade places like this. There. Okay, sorry, I can't really see my screen because my computer's in the way now. And where I put it, it's in the way. No matter what I do with my PC, it's in the way, guys. How about this? I'm gonna try a different layout. One sec. Big old huge multi-chat. Oops. And a nice size OBS so I can see what's going on. Hopefully not in a dead space there. There's one other thing I want to bring up. I'm gonna call my reference tab here. So I'm gonna go to Google Images and I'm gonna go search up Mugo Pine Bonsai. So we got a handful of just, I guess, inspirational image there that we can take a peek at. While we're doing this work. So those are some typical styles for a Mugo there. See, we've got a real bushy one like this. Uh-oh, where'd it go? Oh, it just doesn't show my cursor. Yeah, kind of like that. So anyway, we'll keep working away. Now you guys have a little example up. Okay, I'm gonna need wire to hold this bad boy in place. And unfortunately, my wire options are a little limited right now. Tomorrow, I'm thinking about going to the recycling place where I can get cheap recycled copper wire, but right now, I'm a little bit in a pinch. This is a decent piece of wire, but not quite long enough. Let me see if I have anything long enough here, guys. I do. Okay, it's gonna have to be some like doubled up or zigzag formation almost to hold it in place. I might have to kind of zigzag this. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the tree down to bare root. I'm gonna drop akadama across the bottom either way. And around then is when I'll be able to know where the tree's gonna fit and where I've gotta go over and under. So I'm just gonna leave this ready to go so that I can kind of find a way to spool it around my root ball and everything, get it into place when I'm ready. So for right now, those can just sit there. And now it's time for the unboxing, I suppose. So let's switch these back over. Actually, you know what? This is probably best like this. And then I can just drop it right into the pot for a sec. And you guys can see what this thing looks like. So this is a world exclusive here. First look at this Mugo Pine. It's got tons of this nursery substrate all the way to the very top. So I'm knocking some of this stuff out really quick. It's full of juniper berries. I wonder if they'll grow. All right, get out of here. This stuff has dirt all the way up to the top and then some. It's been completely covering the nabari on this tree. And that might be one of the reasons that somebody didn't already snatch it up. Frankly, to make a bonsai out of it, because it's got a really sick nabari. Exposed roots all the way up to here. Yeah, once all of this dirt's out of the way, you guys are really going to be able to tell. I'm tearing off a few of the more like upper, kind of upward growing roots. Any upward growing roots that I encounter right here that I can just pull off, I'm just gonna pull them off. Looks like there's a little bit of dead needles and stuff that needs to get brushed out of here as well. I'll go ahead and take care of that once we get it potted and we decide what we want to do with it aesthetically. Because after we get this potted, we'll know how much damage we've had to do to the roots and how much we can actually pick away at this thing. I see a lot of back budding on this, which is crazy. Like the Mugos usually don't have this much back budding. Now that I'm looking at it from this lower perspective, that's wild. But that's the whole thing, is you've got to look at these trees from all different shapes and perspectives. Okay, that might have been enough. Let's see. Yep, here she comes. Ready? I'll let you guys see me drop the mess everywhere. Okay, now how far down does this root system go? I'm really hoping not all the way to the bottom. Okay. Okay, it's been released. And yep, it does look like the roots indeed go all the way to the bottom. They go far. This is almost a situation where I'm gonna have to saw some of the roots off. I'm gonna have to take a saw to the lower portion of this, my my root cutter, and just straight up cut this in half. But before we do that, let's find out where our Nabari is forming. Let's not jump ahead of ourselves, but I can see that this thing is this is an old tree. This is not a real young tree. This is an older tree for this size of bucket. And I can definitely tell that they've just for some reason decided to not repot it for some time. And I don't know if that's how they ended up with it being in a condition where they found it worthy of the graveyard. But I guess that's their loss. Because I don't... Yeah, okay. So here's some things. On the bottom, it looks almost like there's a little bit of mold growing, but it's definitely not mold. It's mycorrhizae, and that's actually a really good sign on the bottom of pines. Mugo pines and other variety of pines are gonna start growing that mycelial mycorrhizae, and that is a symbiotic thing that's saying the roots are happy, essentially. This thing's got a happy root system. It's vibrant down all the way to the bottom. So the thing about pines is that they hold their energy up in the pines, not in the roots or the leaves. So they obviously don't really have leaves. So I have to be careful not to take too much pine off, but it means that I can have a rather aggressive root cut, taking it down to size. And we're about how deep on this pan? It looks like about 4 inches, 5 inches or so. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut this about in half. This is the less interesting angle here for you guys, but this is gonna have to get cut in about half. And it looks so completely root locked that I don't know how much good substrate I'll even be able to shake out of it. I'll give it a shot. I'll come at it with the root hook for a little bit and try and take some of the good substrate out. And then I'll hack. So this will count as a pretty dramatic repotting. So there's really not more than like 20% of the green growth that I'll be able to take, but there are a lot of dead branches I'll be able to remove, and we'll do some candling. So this is gonna be one of the longest projects of the night. Oh no, an ad is just about to start. I'll leave it just like this, ready to go. How about that? We're gonna spin everything. Shit, I knew that was gonna happen. I want to make sure you guys have the best view and the best angles for the entire time here, because some of you might use this as a clinic later on. Maybe you watch it at like 50x speed and you can catch some pointers that are helpful, hopefully. Okay, I just changed my angle a little bit. How's this attack angle? Is that a little better? Nah, screw it. I'm gonna start picking away at this thing. Time to start picking away at this thing. Put a little garbage bag over here. Yep, and there's a reason that I've got multiple layers here to catch stuff, guys. I've got a steel pan underneath, and then this new little tarp that came with my trainer pots is like a free add-in. They had a actually, you know, the package I think was like $5 more, but it also got delivered way faster. So I paid an extra $5 for fast delivery so I could have it tonight. And also to get this cool little tarp thing. This thing is really useful at shows and demos, things like that. We were using them at the Bonsai demo not too long ago. See, there's a lot of perlite and good stuff inside of this dirt, and I really kind of want it, but it is just root bound. It's real root bound. So I'm just gonna start picking away at it. This is probably the best way for you guys to see. We'll start at the bottom, and we're disturbing this very, very dense root system. We're just smacking away at it here. I see new roots. I see new white roots all the way down this far. This thing has a great root system going, and I think it's going to be a very, very healthy addition to the collection. It just has to have its dang roots developed a little bit. And I did wait until after the spring flush here, just a little bit more science behind the timing and everything, because I've been in such a mad, you know, running in circles rush to get different projects done, like the air layers. Those needed to get finished before all the sap started really running up the trees for the spring. So I'm glad to have them all done now. And now these pines have had their chance to flush out for the spring, and they've gotten to photosynthesize a whole bunch of energy and send it down to the root system. And they'll be doing that a second time too this year, later in the fall. So they've had their time to kind of photosynthesize and do their work. So right now is probably an okay time for us to go ahead and trim it back. I wanted to catch as much of this dirt in here as I could, but it's looking like it might get harder and harder as I'm going in. You know, the roots are getting a little more sparse down here as I pick away at it, which is a good thing. See, I'm getting bigger clumps of the dirt. That means that those roots weren't quite as root locked as I thought they were. They were just full. It wasn't quite root locked or over the edge, it was just full. I am running into a couple of big circular roots here, okay. I'm only about a third of the way in and I'm starting to run into those. I hope everybody's having a good day today. I wonder what the easiest like tray to empty this onto is. Maybe it's just easiest to do it into the bonsai pot. Hang on. Maybe I got an idea, guys. I got a better idea. Let's get it out of this. And this big messy thing. Full of really good substrate, but needs to be set aside. I'm just gonna do a quick swap here for this one. And I'm just gonna go straight into the trainer pot. That way you guys can see better. I don't have to hold it in a funny way. And also, I get to start to decide how I want my orientation of this tree to look. This is super important starting now while I'm picking off the roots, because I have to choose how I want this tree to be growing. It's really important that I uncover this top area over here and dig a little bit deeper around the Nabari. But I'm going to keep attacking the bottom real quick just so I can get more of that substrate off that's just real loosely connected. Because a lot of these roots down here are going to get cut later. Expose more of those big roots that would have threatened to start circling. Some of them probably are circling towards the center. Gotta say, this little tarp's doing a pretty good catch job. You guys see everything okay? Pro tip, when you're doing this type of work, when you're trying to aggravate the roots, if you're doing a repotting, move from the outside in. That way you're breaking the roots apart, but you're not ripping any roots that are important to our radial root pattern that we're going for. So if I just start hacking and slashing, a lot of the roots that would have been great radial roots for me to keep would be ripped away. So these ones, especially back here, because I might have this tree leaning at a pretty dramatic angle like this. That's a crazy angle for that tree though. That's so cool. Oh man, guys, once this gets down to bare root, we'll be able to do whatever we want with it, and it's gonna have so many options. That's why I think the trainer pot's the great idea right now. We can find the perfect slab and the perfect use for this tree. Instead of trying to force it, we don't have to make any final decisions today. That's the beautiful, beautiful thing about this art, is that, you know, projects have their time windows. They come and go, and I am behind on cleaning out my, here's some of these. This is where all the root lock happened over here, guys. It's over on the side of the big knob. The big knob of Nabari has a lot of locked roots in here. So this is some of the stuff that's probably gonna get pulled down and end up falling down like you know, big long vines underneath. And those need to get cut, because those are the ones that end up clogging up. They're not doing a lot of work for the tree. They're not the little fine roots. They're just big honking tap roots that need to get taken out. So you ironically want to take out your tap roots. So don't name your bonsai company Taproot Bonsai. Talking to you, Taproot Bonsai. I'm not trying to be mean though. You can call your company whatever you want. It's a cool name. It just doesn't exactly fit the science. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The Nabari on this is so nuts. Okay, this is definitely going to be at an angle. I'm thinking that, man, the perspective I have on it right now is just so good. Wow. This is crazy Nabari, guys. Crazy Nabari alert. Crazy, crazy Nabari alert, guys. That's such a good thing. Nabari is one of like your top 3 aesthetic judgments. You want to have balance in the piece, and that means balancing where you place things, balancing the tree itself, so it feels rooted, even if it's, you know, slanting off to the side and looking windswept. It still looks like it's been there a long time. Another is that you want a nice big Nabari, and this Nabari is insane. This is the craziest Nabari that I've gotten on any one of these graveyard trees. This was a hopeless tree that they were throwing out, essentially. And I carded up 5 of them. Carded up, not just this one. I got this 2 yews, the bird's nest spruce, and a buffalo juniper that I planted the other day on stream, that is very cool and thriving outside. Actually, it's right behind me. It's right there. This one right here. This is some of the final product that we get when we eventually are all finished up on the slabs. So if you guys want to see a slab job today, let me know in the chat. If I get 5, I'll start a slab. Until then, I'm going to work with these trainers, especially with some of these trees that I really want to keep alive that have some very interesting stuff going on. Some might be easier to work with than others. This one does have a lot of compacted root on this side, so I'll probably be fairly aggressive in laying out all of the roots in a radial pattern and then just snipping away kind of like a little sun circle to make sure that all of the roots, if they're pointing outwards from the center of the tree. Oh, this isn't Nabari. This is just kind of a dead chunk of something. Okay. Now we're hitting some root here. See guys, this is the discovery portion here. This is where you're finding stuff like you're excavating an archaeological dig. This has such a cool Nabari. It looks like it's crawling out of the ground and it covers all this backside. This is a perfect candidate for me to flip sideways, guys. This one's gonna have a sick shape that's so different than when it started. I wish I photographed all of these, you know, in a little more detail before we started, but yo, this one's gonna be so cool. However we set it, it's just gonna look wicked. I think it looks like an Elden Ring boss crawling out of the ground in Cyrodiil. And that's some of the ideas that we're putting together there, guys. You can see on our other screen, we were showing off some of our potential first ideas for different video game crossover projects. I'm thinking it'd be cool to do a bonfire scene and like a enter the fog gate scene. I actually have one piece of flagstone that could be really cool for that job. But a couple of kind of Dark Souls-y type environments. And then, wow, there's like no roots growing on this side. This is kind of crazy. This is kind of a crazy growth pattern. 2 Silent Hills ideas that I've pitched and I'm starting to work on. Two Silent Hill. This isn't really going to look like the Deku tree. It's going to look like something like Monster Hunter or like Pokemon. I don't know. Maybe this will have that Dark Souls monster aesthetic. Who knows? You don't really know until you're finished. And the funny thing about them is that they're never really finished. You're just kind of constantly doing new work on it and seeing how it looks a few months later and deciding if that's still what you want to do. And if it is, you keep trucking. And if it's not, you change direction. So this thing is going to get completely soaked outside with the hose. In between here, look at all this dirt falling off. Look at all that dirt falling off. All right, so I'm getting a good idea of this thing's Nabari and everything. So how would it look like this? We've got a massive branch coming off horizontally from this big bulbous Nabari here, which is so sick. And we'll be able to have it kind of crawling out of the ground and going out this way. Except it's going to be going out one way or the other on the pot. This would be a really poor candidate to muck wall right now. If I wanted to achieve this shape anyways. I'm going to have to train the tree into being somewhat horizontal like this for a while. I can't just kind of like toss it sideways and muck wall it and hope it'll do okay. It won't. So we're making all the right decisions tonight. And in just a little bit, I'm going to have this thing picked away pretty clean from all of its original substrate. And like I said, I'm trying to go all the way. See how much of the substrate has come out that was all root bound? And how few roots were really holding it together. So I'm going to be able to get a nice radial cut with my root cutters. My little root sickle. I really love that thing. It works so well. Just slices right through roots like this. Almost like a piece of kitchen equipment. I gotta be careful that I'm not getting too wrapped up in the tiny, fine, fibrous roots that are doing a lot of the work. But again, this tree's got its energy stored up in its pines right now, so we just need to be more careful about not removing too much. What is going on up here? These are all roots that can be removed. So if I can go a little lower here, this is actually going to cooperate very well for changing its orientation to sideways. This is going to be so cool, guys. Oh, I loved just finding diamonds in the rough. That is what we do here, where I'm a scrapper. If you haven't followed me at all or dropped in on any of my channels, there's a spider on my wall. I do bonsai projects based on like often trees that are donated to me, trees that I win in raffle every now and then, trees that I'm able to dig up around town that people don't want in their yards anymore. I'm actually going to approach the city tomorrow because just outside of our nature reserve, there's a horse chestnut growing by the river, and horse chestnuts happen to be an invasive species where I live. So they might let me take it. I have one horse chestnut outside. I put a massive air layer on it this year. And it's probably one of the top 3 coolest trees I've got. I really like my horse chestnut, and this one is super developed. It's got a really nice, pretty big trunk, and then it looks like it was cut down. Probably by some folks who, you know, work on keeping the Greenbelt River area free of, you know, dangerous trees or what have you. But they may have taken it just because it is invasive. In which case, I want to be like, hey, is it cool if I take this? Can I get this off your guys' hands? Because if you're gonna just keep chopping it down, I'd rather turn it into an awesome local art piece. I bet if I found somebody on the right day, they'd let me do it. I also have a tree collection permit. It's just technically for like forest service area, not like, you know, in-town park area. But somebody might hook me up with a solid. I've found that it never hurts to ask. You know, that's kind of a good general, you know, rule in life, but as a scrapper, it never hurts to ask, hey, do you have some crappy trees you're getting rid of? Hey, you got some broken pots, like some cracked pots that, you know, you're selling for the cheap? Got extra inventory this week? Things like that can really help get you a nice collection of stuff pretty quick. I've got so much locally sourced stuff. I haven't paid more than a couple $100s on supplies this year, which has been good because I'm on a massive budget constraint. And speaking of, your guys' support of the channel by liking, following, subscribing, donating, subs, tips, all that stuff, that helps me continue to do this hobby. I've said it a bunch of times on stream, but I'm a chef by trade, and my business got shut down really unfairly about, well, I'm still technically in the process of administratively shutting it down, but we got screwed by a really bad landlord, you know, and it was a really hard to learn life lesson. But I've been out of work for a while, so bonsai has kind of been something that I've been leaning on, and it's been helping me a lot mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. Doing this makes me tired, man. It's probably gonna give me like a ridiculous amount of steps on my watch, thinking that these are all steps. But yeah, it's cool to have everybody in here. We're gonna go outside in just a minute, and we're gonna spray this Mugo pine down. The first of our 4 projects for the night. We opened up with just a quick Monstera transplant, just for fun and to make my girlfriend happy. And then now we're gonna be working on trees till pretty much they're all done, or till nobody shows any interest anymore, or I get too tired. But this is what I do now. I love it. I love doing it here with you guys. So if anybody gets inspired to try out bonsai, that means that I think I've done a good job. If I at least like expose some people to the art, or maybe give them like chill, going to bed videos that they can just kind of pop on in the background and listen to me banter away about bonsai banter. All right, this thing is really starting to show its shape now. This is a really cool time for anybody who's just rolling in, by the way, because we're just getting to that nabari. We're finding out exactly where our long tap roots are that we're going to snip off. And this thing has a good radial root pattern kind of built into it. As I use this pick, I'm going to just keep pulling it up towards the center here, like this. Because check this out. I think you guys have a good angle for this. This is what I mean by a radial root pattern. We'll get the top going down. Any upward growing roots are probably going to get snipped off. But right now I'm moving outwards. And then now I'm going into the roots, in towards the center of the tree. And it's just knocking all the extra dirt off, releasing all of the roots from each other. And this has to be done. This tree was completely root locked in that bucket. I mean, we couldn't get it out easily. That means it's root locked. It's swelling and pushing up against the edges of its container, and that's a recipe for disaster in the long enough term. So I'm seeing that we're starting to get down to just about what I need for my root pattern. So I see what's extra and is gonna have to get cut off, especially all long stuff here. This is all big long stuff here. I'm not afraid to cut this stuff. These all end up just being big long roots that go in big circles around your pot, and they're a big pain in the ass, and they lock it into the pot, make it hard to get out, and generally it's just not good for the tree. So I'm gonna grab some cutters. I'm just gonna take these off right now, just while I got them in my hand. I had them all spotted. This was the side that I noticed a bunch of them were on, just like that. Perfect. Where's my garbage bucket? Right here. And I'm gonna do some more cuts into the roots in a little bit. It's not quite time yet. Let's just continue picking away. See, this is really zen to me. Some people like doing like a little zen garden where they're like, you know, using a tiny rake to like move around sand. I like doing this. I like playing in the dirt. Yeah, there's a lot of fertilizer falling out of this spot right here. I must be getting pretty close to like the main center of the root mass. Got a handful of minutes still until we're on to our break. And sorry about the breaks, guys. I'm gonna try and space them out next stream so that they happen more, less frequently, but for longer. Because it gives me enough time that I can go outside and, you know, hose off a tree or swap them out or whatever I need to do. It gives me enough time that I can take care of those little in-between projects. But I do need to make some adjustments. So I think this was the bottom side of this whole deal here. We won't know until we spray it off, but let me take another look, because it will be pretty wet and messy when I bring it back in. Most of the dirt will be gone, but everything's going to be real wet, messy, and sticky. So I'm going to try and keep grabbing some of these long roots here that I know are just going to be shagging down way too far. I'm going to give it a little haircut. This isn't really dramatic trimming here. It's not super dramatic, so I'm not really worried about the health of the tree with any of this stuff here. There. There. Yep. That's no love lost. Just looping roots. Okay, so let's reevaluate where we're at, because I'm getting close to the point that I'm going to go out and hose this thing down. a little more picking to do, and I want to save more of the substrate, and I don't want it to be mud. I don't want it to be mud by the time I get to it. So let's look at this one more time. I think I want it to be aligned like this. Let me look at something really quick inside of the... Let's take a little sneak peek, everyone, at how this could look. I'm obviously gonna dump all this substrate out, but let's just say I could get it going from... I don't want to go out over the edge like that unless I really wanted to cascade it. I think it needs to be set back further, like towards the middle. It's plenty long enough to cascade out past the edges of this basin. And it looks like these are going to be my two ends from there to there. Okay. So what that tells me is that I got to knock this area down a bit so that it fits widthwise into the pot here. Seeing some more of these big long roots. Yeah, you should just use a cutter. Don't try and rip these by hand. You're just gonna make a mess. Got a couple of them off, but not enough. And I'm being super conservative with my trimming right now because after I spray this thing off, it's gonna really show what it's got working for it or against it. So I want it to be like this. That means that my root plane needs to come down a bit. I'm gonna try and bring my root plane down so that it's nice and flat, more down here. And I think that that's gonna be achieved by just starting from the outside and working in from the corners. Okay, pick. Getting a little bit closer to the center. So I want to make sure that I protect these roots. They'll be hanging on after I hose everything down. As long as I don't rip them to pieces. This pick is also, it seems like it's a lot more precise than a root rake. I think that root rakes can have a tendency to rip quite a bit. I have kind of a cheap root rake that I've tried once or twice, and I'm like, man, these things really do have kind of a ripping motion. I kind of prefer this this pick. So stay informed. We're gonna have maybe some links up soon to all the tools that I use so you guys can pick them up. I don't use top of the line, you know, all Japanese made items. I try to get the best bang for my buck with what I use. So when I was cooking, I had a lot of really nice German and Japanese knives, but in Bonsai, I have not quite worked up to the point that I deserve super expensive equipment yet. But what I'm really hoping is that over the next 12 months, maybe we catch some motion. Maybe I can find enough work to help support the project, and we'll end up with a shop in the next, 12 months. I know nothing would make me and my girlfriend happier than having our own place with a shop. It's something that we've been working for like 6 years of our 8 years together. And we've been at the point where we were putting in we were putting in offers on houses, and then we lost our jobs when COVID rolled through, and then we built a business, and then we lost, that business due to some very unlucky circumstances. So we're just kind of out here trying to do our best right now. So if anybody feels like help and support, everything really does help, because I've been out of work for a while, like I said earlier. My girlfriend's doing everything she can to support the family, and I love her to death for it, but it makes me feel awful that I'm not pulling more. So I hope that, getting in my 10,000 hours, however I can, doing this work, maybe I'll be able to start selling some of these pieces. Maybe somebody will like my work. Especially if I get some cool, like, game-themed pieces that people could put out in their yard as like a like a statement piece. Like, who gets to say I have a bonsai of the Resident Evil graveyard in my backyard? People be like, what? That's a conversation starter. All right, I'm seeing some interesting stuff up here. This is gonna be the top of our root mound, I think. Because eventually it's gonna be planted pretty sideways, so maybe this will all be covered with muck wall eventually, but for right now, it's not how it's gotta be. Okay, it's a rather large root here. You guys will probably be able to see this in a sec. You just break up what's behind it. Yep, there we go. Big root here. It's already been cut off at 2 earlier points, and it looks like it's kind of rotted off anyways. Yeah, that root was already rotted off, so nothing lost there. Which is perfect, because it's on the top of this like really weird Nabari stack that I want to play with here. Oh wow, this thing got twisted on itself. So cool, man. Like, this pick is almost not precise enough to pull the dirt out of here. Might have to switch to like a chopstick so I don't damage anything. This is gonna be wild once this gets planted. I can tell it's starting to get a little bit dry. I'm starting to get a little bit sweaty as well, so let's see, where are we at? We're coming up in just a few minutes on that ad break, and I'm gonna get outside for a second, cool down, hose this thing off, and we'll see exactly what we're working with and where we want to cut our root plane to make some decisions on how this tree is going to grow inside of this trainer pot. And I think we're just going to kind of strap it in with some wire and hope for the best. Okay, now I'm hitting a little bit deeper just because I'm about to go outside in how long? A minute or two? Couple of minutes. See, now it's starting to get real spaghetti stringy down here like this. See guys? So I'll be able to make a real nice root ball going out any way that I want, really, from here. So I'll be able to get a really cool, dramatic look on this tree. This will look very, very sick. These are probably going to be our upward, well, I'd have to spin it around, but our upward facing roots are gonna have to be brought down a bit and possibly trimmed up. So I'm gonna try and do as little trauma to all of this as I possibly can until we really know what we're into. But boy, oh boy, what an interesting tree under the surface. Crazy interesting. This whole mop here is like real stuck together, but this is gonna make the front of our root radial. So gotta break this part up, and then it's looking like we still got a minute or two. Like I said, trying to stack those ad breaks with breaks to outside and get progress on the trees as much as I possibly can, everybody. Oh, this might even turn like long enough that I can just wrap it around under and kind of just reposition the root ball underneath it. I'm not gonna be able to tell until I hose it down. I'm gonna keep a good bit of this substrate too, because it seemed pretty happy in this nursery substrate. The rest will be Akadama, lava rock, the usual suspects. Okay. There's not too much more I can hack at here, guys. So I'll give you one last look before we take it outside and we hose it off and we bring it back in. See, like, this looks like a big ball of roots that are actually helpful right now, but I can move them underneath the tree so that they can continue to be helpful. So I don't take too much of the root mass off all at once. Just got to reposition it. If it's on a position that's not beneficial to the tree's long-term goal. Look at that substrate. It filled up the entire trainer pot. That's crazy. All right, Let me throw some of this dirt in before the ad break. Check in, check in. How's everybody doing today? I hope you all are having a fantastic day. Evening, morning, afternoon, catching me in the future on a VOD maybe. Not sure, but however you're seeing us right now, hanging out, it's good to have you here. All right, guys, the ad breaks are gonna start in less than a minute. So I'm just gonna get some of this substrate packed up. I'm gonna get more of it outside and packed up. We're gonna start wiring this bad boy in after we rinse off the root system, and we'll figure out what our best position is for it. We have to really choose a top and a bottom rather than a front and a back at this point. Kind of a funny position that I found myself in that I wasn't thinking about, or I wasn't expecting, I suppose. But I gotta get all this substrate out. This is really good, rich substrate from these nurseries. So we're not getting rid of all of it. I've got some of it sitting over here. And even more of it sitting right here. All right, cool. Well, that's gonna be ad break time. I'll come back with a hosed tree and we'll get it going. Oof, man, I'm getting hot in here. Okay, guys, I'll be back. Yeah, guys, I think the only option for this one's gonna be a trainer pot. Let me look at it for another minute here, and then we'll probably get it planted. I think I'm about ready. Okay, fresh coffee is coming in, and then we're gonna get this thing planted. Okay, you animals. I'm back. Like I said, I didn't turn my mic off. You might have heard me talking. I was saying it's probably going to take about an hour to knock this one out. I'm hoping I can get it done before the next ad break, which is in 16 minutes. Whatever. We're going to just bust through it, guys. We're just going to keep working and working. This is a marathon, okay? This is a marathon. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. If I sprint any faster, I'm gonna overheat because I'm already getting hot. I might need to change like shorts or something a little bit. Are you guys digging the music? Kind of chill lo-fi beats working for us. Stuff like this. Thanks to Harris Heller for the beats, the stream beats, giving us some background music while we work today. If you're just pulling in, I'm Gross with the PNW. Welcome to the stream. It's good to have you on the broadcast. Wow, I just rolled 3 9s in a row. I just grabbed a D20, and the first one I kind of just dropped it, and I was like, 9. And then the second one I was like, oh wow, another 9. Then I rolled a third 9, just to see if I would get higher or lower. It gave us a 999. That's pretty cool. Hope everybody's having a good day. Yo, what's up? I'm Grove Sleeper PNW. Welcome everybody back to the stream ski. Since I got my water bottle in here, I'm gonna just spray down my my buffalo juniper behind me that we worked on yesterday, or earlier this week at least. It's got very nice moss on it. I don't want to dry it out at all, so I'm just gonna spray some water behind me. Spray some on the foliage too. Make sure it's nice and happy. This little slab that we did yesterday or last stream turned out so sick. I've been collecting components for our Silent Hill build. I just got a new part for it today that I think is gonna work great for lining up near the tunnel on the way out. Hi Jenny, I know, I'm sorry I still haven't gotten on Discord, but Tacit will also send me something today that I promised to check out. I will get on there today. I've been super swamped. Getting these streams just set up and torn down takes a couple of hours. So it's like today I had to take care of some IRL stuff first, and then I really wanted to get the stream started as soon as possible, so I didn't check in on Discord or anything like that. I just went right for it. But welcome back. It's good to have you back, Jenny. Jenny Meows. I'd hit you with some of my sassy cat emotes, but I can't reach my keyboard. It's too far away. We got those cat emotes from our last really successful Bonsai stream that we did. Brian TV came in and was super cool and donated 5 subs to the channel. So thanks to Brian TV for that. And Jenny, it's good to have you back. You rolled in at a good time. We just got finished taking this $5 Mugo pine. I picked this up for $5 from the nursery, and we just got done stripping it down to bare root. So you missed the big long boring part where I pulled a whole bucket of dirt off the tree, and now's the fun part where we get to wire it in. We get to throw in some akadama and some other substrate mix, a little bit of the natural substrate that it came with originally, and get this baby planted. And since I've taken it out of the there we go. Since I've taken it out of the nursery bucket, I can see this potential for 2 different ideas here. And since you're the only one here in chat, you can actually help me with some decision making, because this is our official first Twitch builds. This is our first Twitch builds bonsai stream. So there's some stuff that I'll be doing and teaching you guys along the way. And then there's other parts where it comes to a decision, and I want you guys to help me make those decisions. And I can point out how they help. I won't make any moves that are gonna hurt the tree in any way, but you guys get to kind of see what the process looks like from start to finish here. So we've got this thing out of its nursery bucket. It's just soaking in some water right now because, like I said, it is down to bare roots. I'd love to have a nice waterproof bucket to put this into, and I have one, but it's got all of my compost mix in it. Hang on. I have so many things out for the stream that I was going to show you guys today. I've got a couple of books that show different styles that we could look at, especially if we're planning for some of our future projects. I've got my sketch pad out. I have Peter Chan's Bonsai book that I love. So I got some books over here. I got bottles of water. I've got bags of wet tree mass. You know what? I really like this new tarp that I got. I think I'm gonna do this. How are we for the camera there? Towards the camera or away? That goes towards the camera. So let's drop our turntable over here. That'll also get us up above the lip, I think. Let's bring in this bad boy right here. Okay, I'm just gonna slide it in. Okay. There we go. We're on a turntable now, at least. And then let me get my safety edges back up. I like that they hang down too. You guys can't really see this, but there's a little overhang there that catches any moisture or dirt that happens to get past the combo I'm using right now with this little tarp and a steel pan. So a steel sheet pan. So I got a nice long length of wire here, guys. We gotta figure out how we're gonna wire this thing in. And Jenny, you can help me decide. What do you like aesthetically the most? This is a Mugo pine, and it's gonna take some styling to get it into the exact position that I want. But after digging it up, exposing the nabari, going through with the hose and spraying out all the extra dirt, now you get your first view of what this thing really looks like. I'm gonna move the trainer pot over. Here's everybody's first view. Here's what it looks like when you rip the nursery tree down to bare root. Now, you might look at it this way and say, oh, that stuff's hanging down way too far. We can't deal with that. And you're right. We do have to take care of some of that, but there's also just this very, very dense root cluster here. Something that I'm trying to work with. Hang on. Something I'm trying to work with in a non-destructive way here. So I might be able to push the roots down and actually give it a little extra support underneath. So it can be hanging off the pot this way. Let me look at it from my perspective. This gives it an awesome cascade. Really awesome cascade. Shows all of this nabari. This one root here is a little funky, and that just snapped off, so that's no problem. So I'm thinking I want it to be planted kind of this way. The only other way would be this way. In which case there's a little nabari here. I gotta spin this thing around. This is gonna get my lights knocked off. Hang on. There. Which side is up? Let's see. If it's like this, these actually act as kind of a kickstand, which is kind of dope. Has all the nabari up there exposed, all the cool spider-like nabari there. So I think I want to put it in like this. with my root mass just being behind like this. So essentially it's gonna sit coming out kind of like that. And then from this side, let me see. Yeah. This will probably be our front because of the cool Nabari. It's spider-like Nabari going over. It's very cool. This piece is a bit high here. That needs to go. Yeah, I think that's the only way. Okay. I think that the decision is made. We're gonna plant it in this direction. So let's make our root system radial. Pull it all down and out. So I want it coming out this way. Not up here, but down here. And then out through the front is fine. And then this looks like it's the biggest root at the bottom. That's gonna be kind of the structure root for holding it in place, honestly. That one structural root can stay there because it'll hold it in place. This long one here can go. Okay, I know how we're gonna do this, I think. One way to find out. Give it a shot. Just cutting off all this really long, thick stuff. It's gonna turn into a problem later. I don't mind those pieces because they're on the bottom. These upward growing roots, I want to get rid of them or reposition them downwards. There. And I think that this could be a good set here. All right. So let's do this. I think what I have to do is have it propped up a bit on its 3 branches here, and then have everything else buried like that. How low will it go? Nice. This actually is working pretty good here. Okay. So it will sit. It will sit nicely at the angle for me, just like that. Now I just gotta make sure I get it out straight, which means it's probably something like this. Okay. So it's gonna be important for me to get some thick wire to pull this back this way a bit. It really doesn't need much in the way of drainage here. Let's give it a quick drainage layer. Quick drainage layer. Large lava stone, well not large, medium lava stone, medium and small. Where were those dip dam covers I had? I had 2 covers cut for this thing to help protect the grates. Where'd those go? Aha. Nope, that's just the end. Oh, they're over here. Okay, I got them. All right, so let's start layering in some lava rock at the bottom. Make sure I'm not blocking the guide holes for the wire either. I hate doing this because this steel wire is so tough, but I feel like I need to use some of my steel wire to hold this thing in place. The thin stuff's just not gonna cut it. I think that rolls over here. Where's that roll of stuff? Shit. Ugh. Let me see if I can leverage it. If it was like... This thing has such a cool nabari, dude. It needs to almost be sitting up like that. Like even less cascadey and just more like that. See how that looks. It's pretty sick. I just feel like it needs to have that real heavy slope. So that's gonna be cool in a later project. Okay. So it's gonna really have to get strapped down here. So that's from about there over to the where the heck are the holes? There? There to there? Okay. Alright, let me drop a wire in real quick. I really need to know where that thick wire is though. This isn't gonna reach. Is it? Nah. Come on. Steel wire, where are you? I'm not gonna use like quadruple wrapped thin stuff. I just need like one long piece of the heavy stuff. I just have not been using it much recently because there's not a lot it's good for except for securing trees, which is what I happen to be doing. All right. All right, let's see if I can get this stuff to work with me or against me today because it's pretty tough, man. It's heavy duty shit. Takes a lot of muscle to get this stuff to go exactly how you want. And I think what I want to do, like I said, is go up through here. You know, this might be long enough that I can go up through here. And then it goes through here. Hang on, I'm just trying to get the wire in the hole, Okay. Okay, so that's our first actual hold there. And then I suppose I could maybe send it down through the one straight across. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go straight across. Be plenty of room here because this is where I'm gonna have to tighten it up. Okay. There. There. And then I think the final loop's gonna go from the center up over. Let's see if I can get this really tough wire to work with me to hold this thing in place. Ooh, I ran out. So it's gonna be really reaching for this until we tighten that up. Okay, got it. That's fine. Okay, that's a start. Now let's put in our couple housekeeping items there. Hit it with the lava rock. I'm talking all through the bottom, all lava. Make sure it's really holding down these drain protectors. Combination of akadama or lava, some really good bark. That's the key to keeping these things draining nice. I really hope that this thing straps in how I want it to. So just starting from the middle and pushing my way out so that I get no resistance from any of my drainage layer. There we go. Simple enough. Okay. I'm gonna get one more bucket full of this, because I know that I'm gonna be able to push the tree all the way down. It can sit a little bit high above this because it has to have that first drainage layer anyways. But like I was saying, it's kind of sitting on its own thick branch down towards the bottom that I could cut, but I'm gonna leave it for the wellness of the tree. Make sure I don't take off too much today. Really, I haven't taken much off at all. It's just been hosed down and really had everything released. Lots of new white, light colored, and skinny little hair-like roots growing around on here, so that's good. All right, let's see how this thing's gonna fit. First off, let's back you off. Back this off as much as I can. All right, so this thing, I want it to lay how? That's too flat. Where's the bottom of everything? That's the bottom of everything. So it looks like this is your trunk here, with the big exposed spot up top. So it's gonna fit in something like this, and I'm probably gonna have to put a rock under this to get it to hold the front up. As a matter of fact, it may even be able to do some root over rock action. Let's see, where's that big? Oh, here guys, let me glove up, because I'm gonna have filthy hands from doing this. How's your day today, Jenny? Anything fun going on? Anything cool? Just felt like dropping by to say hi. Let's see, I'm gonna need these gloves. Yeah, it looks like I am gonna have to stick some type of prop stone underneath this. So I'm trying to find like my least impressive stone. Otherwise I'm just gonna have to stack a whole bunch of akadama under it and maybe prop it up with like a stick. Ooh, I do have a good post. I'll wait on that. I'll see if I need it. Okay, so the nice radial root pattern has to be like up here. See, this is kind of blocking me a bit here from getting the shape that I want. I think I want it to have this crawly way of growing like this, with its little underbelly, big taproot here. Where does that even lead to? Hang on. Ah, it goes up to there, and then back up. Oh, this is like a really cool part of this like hand that's wrapping around everything. Okay, so I'm just trying to get these into like an outward facing direction from the center of the piece, like this. This piece of bark out of here, that opens up some more cool nabari in there. Even more cool nabari here. Yeah, it's gonna look very dope. Yeah, I think that we've really discovered the only way to do this. There's gonna be really cool opportunities to gin it. It's gonna look like this Jabba the Hutt looking thing coming out of the ground. All right, let me see how this looks here. If I want to go radial this way, let's say I want to go to the corner. I could make that happen. Especially if it goes all the way to the corner and leaves the back quarter open and goes outside the edge of the training pot. But I would have to put it here without some type of support rock. Dang, I just need like a boring river rock to put in here. To prop it up that high so that everything else can just go in here. Everything else is just getting buried this direction. Okay. Just doing a little bit of rearranging here. And I think I should definitely tighten this over this segment right here. So I'm gonna have to like feed this down and in. I'm gonna go see if I can find a river rock that's the right size. It's about the size of my palm, I think, or my fist. Something about the size of my fist would be awesome. Okay, let me go see if I got a river rock outside I can put under this to help it grow in the angle that I want. Be right back. Okay, I got the gear. I think I got what I need. We got a couple options of how to keep this thing suspended up a bit. One smart idea I had was maybe this stick. Otherwise, we'll use this river rock that was from my yard. Let me just dispose of some extra stuff real quick. It's all dead root I've cut off. I wouldn't say I've removed 20% even. I only took major roots. Okay, so let's find out how this is gonna fit best. Let me see if the stick solves the problem, because maybe I can just get this to go to kind of like sit on its back like this, where I want all of that exposed, and it'll be buried up to about here. So if I put this right here and it just leans on it like a crutch, that's not bad. And I could wire it straight onto the crutch, but I don't think I want to do that because I think I would want to be able to pull the crutch out. We'll try both. I'll try the rock and crutch. Let me see this stone, how this works. It holds it up above. Let me put a rubber glove on this hand because I don't want to get a bunch of dirt in my fingernails. I think this one will look cool from either side. It can be flipped over, but the Nabari is just so wicked on this side, and I think that this... Let me see, where's my leads? My leads are going to be going out and down. So this is, yeah, this is gonna be a cool piece. I like where it's going. If I can get that rock to not move, then I think I'm Gucci. So that means I'm gonna have to put substrate in around the rock to hold it there. Because this is like right where I want it to sit. Just like that. Pretty sure. We can jin, and then we got our one lead going forward there. Another lead going forward here. Some leads going forward here, and then this one can be cut back to one lead. It comes back this way possibly. One, two, three. Well, let's see, it's gonna be 1, 2, 3 major leads. So let me spin it around so I can see it from your guys' perspective again. Oh yeah, this side looks even more cool. Both sides look awesome. I'm pretty impressed with that. So I just need to get this thing pulled up enough that when I pull these down, they don't touch. This rock will fit perfectly onto the tree to hold it in place. So let's go all the way to there, all the way to the corner. And then I'm probably gonna have to prop it up a bit. So let me do some rock work really quick to get this stone in place to hold the rest of the tree in there before I start scraping up bark or anything. Ah, it's gonna be dirty coffee now. So yeah, guys, this is only what, project 2 of the night? We have even more fun planned. Got some other pretty neat projects coming up today. More Twitch builds. If anybody feels like jumping in and giving their style suggestions, I'm totally open to it. Or we can just do what I feel like. We can follow along and kind of just do things the way I think they would look good. Or if you guys have any type of tips or want to try it out, ideas, let me know. I'm always open to trying new stuff out like that. That's why we're doing this very first Twitch Builds Bonsai. I don't know if it's ever been done before, guys. This might be a first. World premiere. If it took off, I would do it every week. Or every, like, day. I would do it every day if it really took off. If you guys wanted to see this every day, I would really do it every day. Okay, so I've built up a little bit of, I guess I would call it retaining wall on this side. Holds that little pillar in place there. It's gonna push against the tree, the underside of the tree. So I reckon it's gonna go right into the crotch of it there. I mean, this is definitely a wide piece of Nabari, and so I want it up. At least as much as I can get it up. Like this. Put the roots going over that way. So that the roots and the rock aren't beefing. And how did I have this? It was pushed like higher angle, like this, I think. It was like almost straight up, now that I think about it. we'll add a cool extra layer because that's going to be above the surface level too. Cool. Okay. So now I think that if I hold that in place, it's kind of hugging onto the stone here. I got a hole for that. Wire here. And I just need these two to tighten up right over the top like this. See, this is the tricky part with using this really tough wire, like I said. It can be difficult to feed through, like so. Huh, what's going on here? Just a sec. Oh, it's going through that one right there, okay. So let me tighten this up. Just gotta get my like wire spiral into control here. Okay, so this stuff I want underneath, underneath, underneath. Come on, all y'all underneath. And okay. Okay. This is why I said I don't like using this wire particularly very much. It's very hard to work with. Super, super stiff, but if I do it right, it'll hold the tree in solid. Okay, so that seems good. There. And then I got all that slack out for this side. I'm gonna have to reset my rock. Which side's more pointy? Here's this side's probably best for that. Damn, dude. Come on, stay there. Once it gets balanced and I can get this stuff all set, it'll be perfect. Okay. Okay, I think this is good. Okay, this is good. This is good. I really need to feed this through over here. Grabbing onto all of this. Dang it, the rock keeps falling out, and so the weight of it comes onto my hand and makes it so I can't use it for pulling wire. I really don't enjoy this wire. Pulling tight. I think that's pretty good there, okay. So let's do this. I'm gonna pull it in tight and then just flex it hard so that it leads to the next piece here. Got it. Starting to get some order. All right, it's starting to hold, guys. Good, 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 good. It's starting to hold. Starting to hold. So let's get this rock in position, and then I can twist the last two wires across. I wonder if I should go under this arm. Probably should. And then back down this way. Nah, that's gonna scrape on this really neat Nabari. I'm not gonna let it do that. I'm gonna take it over here. Just straight over the root mass. Just straight over the root mass. All right, let's sink this sucker in once and for all. I feel like it needs to be higher. It needs to be a bit higher. Because I can't have these, well, I guess I could eliminate the lower branches. Because that's not really a good lead anyway. Just gin the bottom. This is gonna go off that way. And then that one's gonna go off that way. So I kind of do want to actually keep those. So this has got to go up to a higher angle. I'm gonna switch to a sitting position. So if I can get this up to a higher angle. Option 1 would be this bad boy. Let me try fitting in my other rock. I have a second stone. Actually, this one's in there pretty good, dude. Like, I think I just need to lift it and pack more lava in here. Let's test that. Otherwise, I'll dig it out and I'll put the other rock in, but I think if I get enough of the lava underneath this, it should be okay. Let's see. So I need to like straight up tilt it up and get this as like whoa. Oh. Okay. All right, that's one way to do it. I think I loosened a little bit of my wiring, but that's okay. Let's pull tight on that. Tight on that. This didn't really go much higher. Shoot, man. I want it more like this. Gosh, I wonder if I just need to get the like wire tight here. Here, this might be the secret sauce. Hang on. This might be the secret sauce right here. Hang on. What the heck? It's like not even holding the tree up anymore, damn it. What the heck? Okay, I'm switching rocks. That rock's too small. Let's try this big one. Maybe just having it longer will be more balanced and help out. Okay, so is this now sitting at the area that I want? Not quite. It needs to come up a bit more like that even. I wonder if I should maybe put something protective. Nah. I'm just gonna shoot right through this set of roots here. Boy, I am starting to sweat in here. Guys, please help support the channel. It'll help me get a warehouse or a workshop someday so I can have some like proper AC and stuff while I'm working on these trees with you guys. Okay, so I like how this actually fits in a kind of sneaky way behind to prop this up quite a bit. If I You guys aren't missing anything exciting. I'm just pulling the wires tight over here so that I can get at least like a good twist on and see if this is going to do anything to help hold things in place. And sometimes you literally have to get pliers out and twist to get this to kind of lock, but let's see. So we go from there, bust this bad boy right here. Now we're up high enough. Let me see if this was the key the whole time. Maybe I just needed to have a little platform under the front. See, now it's back lower again. This brings it up a bit. Come on, it was in there. Good. Dang it, I messed it up. Damn, bro. Maybe I just need to prop this way up with more substrate, and then I'll dump the rock, and it'll be a flat rock that's going inwards like this, and then becoming part of the landscape. Fit it up inside like that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna get up things up in level, and then I'll have it resting on this stone so that all Nabari is up and out of the dirt. That's the only way to do it. Okay. So everything's wired in well enough. We just need a lot more substrate. So there's some more stone. Let's call for some natural substrate. Start putting that sick natural substrate right on top of this root system. And I'm gonna be jamming it in there using one of my tools in a little bit. And with watering, everything is gonna fall into place too. And it can't just be this original substrate. It's gonna also be a mix of some akadama, lava, and bark. Or mulch, as some call it. Okay, so there's our first layer of dirt in the front. I'm gonna need way more stone up front. All my healthiest roots are back here. So I'm gonna just get a little more piled in, because once I start moving it upwards and secure it in place, all of this will be good stuff. Okay. I think that's probably enough, because now when I start stuffing it into the root system and mixing it with the akadama, it'll have a good blended mix. None of this 100% nursery stuff. I just really want that in closest to the roots, so I'm kind of picking it into the roots right now, actually. Again, nice radial roots that we want in all directions from the center of the tree. So that's where I'm kind of pressing all this dirt in towards. All right, that should be good. Let's see, let's do a bit of akadama. Well, let's do one more bit of lava, because I've got so much of this lava, and akadama is hard to come by. So I'm gonna do akadama in the back here and lava up front, because the lava is just kind of going to be more for propping up this rock, and then the akadama around the roots is a little bit healthier for the tree. Cool. So that's spread. Let me get my little poking tool out. Where are you? So, little poking tool. Oh man, what the heck? Well, I got another one I can use actually right here. I like my little stick. I don't know where it went. I don't know. All my small tools are like MIA somewhere. All my little plastic tools go. It's alright, I might just have to improvise. Oh, here it is. Got it. Okay, so I can use this little, literally a plastic stick. Hi! How you doing? Good to see you again. Let me see, it's Spleck, right? How you doing, Spleck? I can't read too well from here. I'm all the way on the other side. It might be Splack. Welcome back! I'm just planting this badass Mugo right now. This thing looked so different when we started. We've kind of turned it onto this sideways orientation and it looks badass now. In just a minute, I'm gonna pack some Akadama back on this side. So we have a nice, healthy, growing substrate here. Yeah, welcome. It's good to have you here. Hope you're having a good day or evening, I suppose. I think you're probably over in an evening zone. It's funny, I've got to broadcast earlier and earlier for all my European viewers. It's like all the American viewers just want to like drama slop. There's so much crazy crap going on in the news and everything over here that they just get hooked on it. Nobody wants to just hang out and plant trees. But how's your day going? Hopefully very, very well. Let me see, what was it again? Splork? Yep, Splack. We got it. Captain Splork. Let's see, I'm gonna put Akadama here. I need to pack a bunch of rocks down here to hold on to this rock. So I'm gonna put one more scoop because then I gotta lift the tree and then press all that in. And then I want one bucket full of my bark mulch. Yeah, we're just chilling. I planted a Monstera earlier that needed a repotting, and today I've got a number of trees that I'm going to be working on. This is the first of them. This is our first real job of the day. I think it's going to look sick. Oh man, but I've had to change my position so I can sit a little bit. So what I got to do here, the objective is I can't have all these branches. I've turned the orientation of this tree from like this upright tree all the way onto its side because it's got this amazing Nabari root system here that was totally hidden. So when I busted the hose off on it, showed all this really cool Nabari. It almost looks like a creature crawling out of the ground. But I've got to bring the front up because my front right now is a little too low. So I'm just packing a little bit of lava and mulch and some good stuff in the back here. Got lots of it in the front because I've tried a couple different methods here, and I'm afraid that what I'm gonna have to do is, before I introduce any mulch, you guys should have a forward view of this. I gotta lift this tree up so that it's not on the edge of the pot anymore, because I'm gonna be bringing branches down, and even then they can't touch the pot. So that's got to go up. Gotta make sure I got a nice solid level area here. And then, with any luck, this one stone should hold everything up high enough. Let's see if that did it. Certainly seems like it. Let's see. Let me rotate the rock a little bit so that it's nice even lift. Okay. Now, let me just tighten one wire over here, and then I'm gonna take a look and see how that is. Okay. All right, so the over the root wires are in. I'm just gonna keep twisting this. I hate this wire, man. It's steel wire instead of copper or aluminum, and it's so stiff. It's good for holding things in place, but my God, you gotta press so hard. I don't even like cutting it. It's like bad for my shears. Okay, let me see if I brought this up far enough. It's looking pretty good. I wonder if I can just go a little higher and rotate the rock. Like that. Yeah. And then all this Nabari is open here. Trying to bring all of the roots down, 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 down. All roots need to go downward. If they're going upward, they're getting cut. Cut from the team. All right. We're looking good so far. Now what I'm gonna do here is just kind of bow tie off my old wire here instead of cutting it. I'll just recycle it later. But by making little bow ties like this, makes it less likely for me to poke myself. Kind of tuck them under it. Tuck under itself. No point setting yourself up to get poked later. And then just, we're literally gonna just press that down. It's gonna be under the substrate. No one will see it. Okay. It's coming together pretty good. Any more altitude I can get here? Do I need just a bit more altitude? Do I need more altitude, bros? Are we going up? Yeah, we're going up, bro. Alright, I don't think I can reach what I need right now. Where did I put it? Alright. Stay for just a second. What the hell did my scoop go? Okay, I'm gonna build this up a little bit more. And it'll get some mulch mixed into it before I finally drop the rock in, so that it's actually growable substrate. I'm gonna mix it all together right about now. I just have to make sure that there was enough in there. So now I got that mulch. Here we go. This was my front side mulch. Then this is gonna be kind of an important section here where I pack everything together and then get this stone placed underneath. I'm gonna get a nice bit of mulch around the whole root system anyway. It helps hold in some moisture and keep it from drying out. It's gonna drain perfectly, so I'm not worried about that. And I'm just kind of holding it up here so that it doesn't knock all these lava rocks back down in place. The opposite direction of what I'm trying to get them to do. Okay, so now, if you guys have ever seen the stream before, you probably know I got my favorite poking stick. It's time to go to town with the poking stick. Hear that? I'm using this to fill in the gaps between the lava rock with mulch. And it's got some of that nice natural substrate down there. I might put a little bit more in, but it's about akadama time as well, because I'm going to finish this top layer with some akadama. I remember that I got these wires back here. Alright, so press. See, like, the longer I do this, the more compressed it'll get. And I don't really want it compressed. I want it just pushed into the root system. See? Really pushing this stuff into the roots. Aerate a little bit, if you will. Mix it all up. Then when I get some akadama on top, it'll look really nice. I'll mix the akadama in with this mulch, and then a lot of the mulch will just kind of wash in over time, and then leave the akadama looking all nice. This is a wicked tree, dude. Okay, so right now I'm gonna start. Well, let me get this last backside here really quick. I think it gets to the point. It's being really receptive to all the mulch in between all that lava rock that I put in here. Needs stuff to fill in the gaps. There we go. There is one little upward jut of root right here that I'm kind of just leaving for now. I might gin it. I can't decide yet. So I'm just gonna leave it as it is. All right, so this time I'm gonna use my hands to kind of like press first to make sure that we got a really sturdy, level basin. Not basin, but well, kind of a basin to put that rock into underneath the tree so we can get it lifted up again. Because that's going to be crucial to the shape of this tree over time, is getting it propped up in that angle. So this is just going to be nice and tight packed in the corners here. That's all good. This back's going to get some akadama. That's where most of the growth is happening anyways. Not sure if there's going to be any additional leveling going on up here, so let's pop the rock in, see if we got it. There's a little bit of a mulch here too that's going to like wash away. I don't want that to throw off my measurement here. I feel like I really brought it up a lot. I hope this thing still fits. Let's see. Which way do I want it? Kind of like this? I guess this is probably the best way to orient this rock, is like this. Okay. I'm gonna have to stand for this because I've got to actually like lift the tree up. Wire's not doing a terrible job of holding it like in the center here, but it can't hold this piece up. So in we go with this. Get in there. Oh, I think we did it. I think it actually is nice and even, and it's on multiple branches. I can leave some distance there. And this distance is actually nice here. I'm gonna pack some stones in front here so that this has a nice foundation around it and it doesn't move around on me too much. Because this rock is crucial to holding the shape that I need. If a branch snaps and it moves, then I'm gonna have to figure out a new solution or something. But seems to be working pretty good there. Okay, so with stone in place, I really like this. I think it looks dope. I think it looks really dope. Yeah, and this will clear out even more. So I'm gonna put some of this lava rock back in this little crevice behind that you guys can't see from my angle, but I'm putting it like, you know, in this section here. There we go. I can actually get the tree to spin a full 360. Okay, this is all good. We're up against the tree here, and I'm wondering if I can get it to be away from the tree and still lifting. Maybe like so. Maybe rotating is a better move. There. Okay, I like that. This leaves me a pretty comfortable spot to let it hang. Cool. Now I'm gonna do just a like a half and half akadama and mulch over the top. Actually, I'm gonna do a half and half akadama lava. There's already a lot of mulch in here. I'll use lava fines though, so they'll look nice. Actually, maybe I should go all lava fines. I don't have a whole ton of akadama. And this substrate seems pretty good so far. I'll use 1 scoop of akadama, just a second. I use a nice big old handful. On this back side where all the roots are growing. Just moving rocks out of my way. So some more akadama back there, just a handful. Some more akadama on my side, going up into the tree, and on the other side going up into the tree. And this is stuff I really want to knock in close to the root system and get mixed in with the lava and the other layers of substrate in there. Akadama is really good for trees, so they really like this stuff as a substrate. So I want it to be a very significant part of the mix here that I pack in. And then I'll finish it with just a layer of mixed color lava rock fines after I get all this pressed in. I guess I'll give the front a little handful of akadama too, just for good measure. Why not? It's just going around and underneath this little pillar stone that we made. Prop stone. But maybe some roots will grow up underneath it. That'd be nice. Okay, I can't see how this other side is, so I'm gonna spin it around once. And then we're gonna get to doing one solid poke over. Yep, that's pretty good. Check out this backside here, guys. Right here. Kind of looks like there's a lot of exposed root here. I'm gonna try and press some akadama into it. This is something that I'm gonna probably want to like climb up to a bit. And I want my substrates to hold their moisture when they're in close to this main root ball here. So I'm really pushing in all those akadama pieces into the dirt, into the roots, lower and upper. Some of it's even going underneath our support rock. Okay, there we go. It's not a whole lot I can do to style this one today. I don't have any good wire that's thick enough to move these branches, so we're definitely not going to be wiring it. The most I can really do is just get it repotted like this. Also, we did end up taking off some good bit of the root mass. So, you know, you kind of want to be careful. Take off some of the root mass and then you go straight into doing any type of heavy pruning. You could be setting your tree up for failure. So I will prune off all of the dead branches that really just need to go before we put our final layer of bark on here. Mulch bark mulch. Okay, just pushing that akadama in. And it's starting to mix in with the other substrates, and that's what I want to see. A lot of rocky stuff up top, that's good. There we go. And even this can have like a little tiny sprinkling of the little tiny sprinkle of the mulch on top of it. A lot of that mulch will just wash down in amongst the akadama, and then I'll have that final kind of for show layer on the very top with the lava. Seeing a couple little upward facing roots that I'm pulling off. Just take them out. Start packing some of this in a bit more. Uh-oh. Lost a few rocks. There we go, rocks are covered. Okay. Like I said, pack more of this good dirt in around here because I want to make sure and keep it nice and happy. And I don't think that that's moving anywhere. And that looks pretty good. And I think that we may have a piece, guys. We may be finished with this one for the day. Or very, 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 very close to it at least. See, now I'm low enough that I can bring the branches down, especially after I cut off any dead ones. And I think I'm gonna be in good shape. So real quickly, let's go ahead and start pruning off some of the dead stuff. And then hopefully that'll be all finished by the next commercial break, and then I'll be a bit quickly available back from the break. And I am thinking about switching over to longer and less frequent ads, everybody, so that I have the time to, you know, swap these items out and not have to take so many ad breaks once an hour. Maybe we'll be able to, you know, bang for 2 hours and then take, you know, a 20-minute break or something like that. 15-minute break, maybe. And I encourage everybody during those breaks, go up, get some water, grab some fresh air, go for a walk, whatever you feel like doing. This tree is so insane for a graveyard tree that nobody wanted. I love how this looks. This is like my favorite Mugo now. Don't tell the others. Alright, alright, alright. This is a bit of like an exposed area there, but I think everything down below is doing well enough. So this is obviously our front here from my angle. Interesting, to say the least. In a good way. In a really good way. I like how this looks. It is very interesting. The longer I look at it, the more I key in on little details, like where different things split and what needs to be taken off to make it cleaner looking and all that other stuff. So let's hop in with some shears for a minute and see what we can do to open this thing up and make it a little more visible. Make sure that light's getting onto the inside of the tree and not being blocked by dead pieces like this one right here. I suppose that you guys probably like seeing this stuff, huh? The cuts. So we do a little bit of cutting. Upward roots, I'm just pulling those off. It's not a whole lot of them. And everything seems to like start getting along back here. There's an upward growing root that was not part of the Nabari. That could go. Another upward growing root that's just kind of in the way. And as I say, one more layer of lava on top of this will really nicely finish the look. So a lot of this stuff can get ginned and look really, really cool. This whole segment here looks kind of like an arm. I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave these knots here where it looks like somebody may have broken off some branches here at some point. But I can also see that there's inward growing branches at the crotch areas in between two, like right here. This right here is just a dead branch, and it's growing right in between the crotch of two trees. That's a really bad one. That's a really bad one. Let's take that out of here. I'm gonna use my other clippers actually. Use these bad boys. Ooh, if I can get the angle. Might not be able to get the angle on this, hang on. Just gotta bend it. Okay. Got it. Nice, and that leaves a nice little deadwood gnarl there too, to kind of match some of the others. Okay. I see some other areas that I can just take down on some deadwood to where it's not gonna make nice gin, it just interrupts the tree. Because there are some areas of deadwood that aren't gonna gin nicely, it just kind of interrupts the flow of everything, like this piece right here. See, I just took off this and this, and it already opens things up quite a bit. You guys have been looking at one over here that I can take. Right here. Oh, way better. Way, way better. This is gonna make nice gin on this side. This piece right here also will make nice gin. I can clean up a couple of these little nubs here. That one can go. Yeah, little clusters of nubs aren't exactly a good aesthetic, especially if you got like 3 in a row. If I wanted to gin like 2 of them, so that's one thing. And then this one's growing into the tree, so I want that gone. Let's see, what's growing downwards and obviously going to impede? Looks like this little bit right here. I cut this right off at the bottom, and I'm gonna actually start working from this bottom section because it looks like there's a couple that I can take off in here. It's gonna give me more flexibility with my cascade. So first off, this one, I saw this a mile away, completely dead branch. That helps give me some more clearance over the basin immediately, which is great. This piece can go right here. Just an old knot that I'd rather have kind of shaped off. I feel like this will, I want there to be a good bit of gin on this, so I will leave a number of stumps, unless they're just really pointless, like just sloppily cut branches from the nursery. Because obviously they were doing some grooming to these trees before they ended up in their graveyard. At one point, these trees were supposed to be hitting out to the sales floor for about 45 bucks. But I like to get the freaky weird ones, so I save a few dollars. Okay, now it's time to untangle this thing. It's very tangled up. How are we doing on ad breaks, guys? Looks like we got a few minutes until an ad break. So let's just do a little bit of cleaning up in here. Obviously, we've got this really awesome setup here where it leans out in this semi-cascade fashion like that. We just have to bring a little more order and control in here. Let's see, so this back budding is not the worst thing in the world because it helps with getting some branches a little thicker. What I'm looking for is these like real twiggy dead branches like this that are growing into the tree that obviously are not going to serve any purpose as time goes on. So I'm going to take this one off, exposing more of my trunk. There we go. There. No need for this twiggy one, especially because there's another coming right off the other side. And as a matter of fact, I might want to shorten this one too. We'll have to see about that. Just for practice, let's do a little bit of line scouting here. And what I mean by that is kind of following where our leads are going to go. So from my perspective, this is a really cool front. We've got our first lead that goes out horizontally, our second lead that splits up here into 1, 2, 3 different branches. I think that this one will probably be best served either heavily ginned or heavily trimmed. It has one branch growing inwards, and the other two are not bad. Unless I was able to pull this whole side over. It already has a pretty nice shape on its own. And it has a very thick, big palm at the top. This is a Pomelo variety. Or Pomelio variety. So it has a little bit of a different characteristic to it than my other Mugos. Okay, so clean this stuff up. More dead branches, more twisting branches that are just kind of collapsing in on themselves and growing downwards. Let me see, this one is actually got a little bit of life to it. Because this could be one of our lowest greeting branches. This one splits off in 3 different ways. And one major branch goes back in on itself, but if we brought it down and out, it could look really nice. It's just kind of congested with the branch next to it, where there's some dead growth. Let's take that off. We can't have intersections where there's, you know, 5 different branches coming out. It's usually a place where you'd want to reduce to 2 branches along the way. So as long as I can get this dead stuff out, it makes my decision making a lot faster and a lot easier. This is dead. The one below it's not. This stuff is all okay. Let me just nip on the ones above it, because if I have a healthy one and 2 dead ones above it, that's an easy choice. Matter of fact, there's 3 little dead ends here. Yeah, there's a big old cluster of aborted branches here. There. And some pines I can pull off as well. A few pines to pull off. Okay, there we go. This thing has such a cool, like, windswept look to it now. So it goes up and over and out like that. That's perfect. This one's gonna probably lead that way, and these are just gonna have to come down this direction. Maybe they can go on either side or down that way. Or I'll have to choose one or the other. This one may have to go. And I can leave these 2 to come down this way. Decisions, decisions. Just breaking off a little bit more of this deadwood, especially the stuff that's like crossing into itself. Some deadwood up here. Again, it's gonna make me a lot faster if I have to pick which branch to cut at an intersection. If I see, oh, 3 of them are dead, that reduces my options quite a few. There we go. Nice. And remember, I'm not even taking any massive foliage off right now. I'm just snipping off bits that are already dead. Like this one right here. Look at how much more healthy this branch will look after it gets 1, 2, 3 little clips. Now this is probably a branch that's gonna get sacrificed later anyway, or turned to gin. I haven't decided quite yet. I think this one at least needs to be cut back because there's just a bunch of junk up here. Or just maybe reduced to 1 lead. Yeah, it probably just needs to be reduced to 1 lead unless I... Here, I'll do this. In the name of preservation, I'll just cut out all the dead stuff, and I might be able to wire these 2 in like a little bit of a spaghetti kind of way together in a bit. So I'm just pulling all that stuff out between those 2. Ah, another dead one above it. Perfect. Okay, another dead one above that. It was growing straight into the tree. Finding more and more areas that got cut off from sunlight and ended up with just these desperate dead branches trying to find a way to get to some sun but not having any luck. So continuing from the bottom up here, looks like that's Gonzo. Yep, got it. What is going on in here? It's funny, a lot of the ones that I definitely want to take off are the ones that are dead anyways. I mean, positioning wise, aesthetics wise, it'd be a little bit of a harder decision if they weren't already dead, but most of this stuff's pretty easy choice. So these are not bad. Probably want to end this. I'm gonna snip my candles, but I'm not sure if I'll do those today or another day. It's another bit just kind of growing up into the tree. That bit right here. That bit right here. Oh, it just broke off on its own, see? It's been dead for a while. Let's see, this is all good here. Just taking obviously dead stuff right now. That's not gonna add in any way to being Jin. This is a nasty little one right here. As a matter of fact, this whole little branch is kind of nasty. I don't really love it. Don't really love that branch. And the one below it's definitely overcrowded. So I'm going to be cutting some of the downward growing stuff off. Adds an aged look to the tree if you just have some more upward and outward growth. Stuff that's growing down is also blocking my beautiful trunk right here, so I can go. Stuff doesn't seem too bad back here. It actually seems to have a nice kind of balanced angle of backfill. There's too many starts here, so one of you's got to go. And this is to encourage a little bit of back budding as well. We want to get back budding if we can. We don't want things getting out too tall, too long. So that's why we would do that practice of cutting the end of the candles off, or just in some cases cutting entire segments off. Okay, let me check this branch out really fast. This branch goes over here. I see 2 that need to go, 3 that need to go, 1, 2, 3. Okay, there's even one more above it. There's always one more above it, it feels like. There's one more below it and one right next to it. Yeah, we had a lot of dead branches in this bottom segment. Certainly a lot more in this lower area here. It hasn't been getting the sun it needs. Obviously, it doesn't want these to grow. But neither do we. I don't want any downward growing stuff, so that's perfect. It's making this job a little easier, actually. Alright, and then this one has some obvious dead here where I don't like any of this, really. So I'm going to snip this off to the... might make a new complete lead here. Hang on. Hang on, I'm distracted by another one that's in my face. Yeah, this cuts down to a completely like fresh lead doing that. And then this is gonna cut down to a fresh lead doing this one. Where were you? It's this one over here. That's good right there. And I think that this is my least desirable of the 3. So I'm gonna cut that one off there. Anything else on the inside here to take out? I'm sure there is. Yep. There's one in here. Let's try and go from this angle. There we go. So guys, how many hours is too many hours? Should I be doing like 1 or 2 projects? Should I go for like hours and hours and hours and hope that, you know, maybe some people will you know, find attention to the channel maybe? Man, I really don't like this whole branch. Yeah, these are awful. I suppose if I have to choose, I gotta take this one. Too close. Okay. I don't like this branch growing in. It's a newer, fresher branch. Way on the inside. I want to do some more cleaning up of like these small new growths. I don't want to take all of them out. Actually, you know what? These small new growths actually get a pass because just beyond it is some dead stuff I'm going to be taking off. Yeah, this turned into a 5-piece, 5-direction little palm here. It's too much. And then these ones are growing downward, so I'm going to take them out. Just cluttering up my view. There we go. Okay. Now let's check this segment right here. I haven't really gotten in here to go after the dead stuff, I don't think. I got one right here. Okay. It's a lot of back growth in here, which isn't a terrible thing because we want to keep the tree small. So I'm not cutting off all of the back growth, all the tiny growth in further. Not all of it. But we got to decide what branches are useful and which ones are not. So those ones could look cool like that. With this one coming down there and there. Starts to get a little overlayered here. So I think I would like to actually remove this one. It has a dead segment, but it just works too low into the branch. So there we go. That's a pretty big one. Okay. It's all looking pretty good here. There's a little dead bit in this, and honestly, this is growing too far in on the tree, so this is gonna have to go there. Really opening up that whole, this entire side of the tree to the one couple of branches over here, and then we've got our main right here that looks really good. I just have to clean it up. Its partner here has a lot of dead stuff stuck to it. I'm not removing any live back budding right now. I'm just removing dead stuff that is 100% not coming back. 100% not helping the tree. This little branch can go. And is this whole piece here dead? No, but a lot of it is here. So we gotta kind of nip around. Hang on. Take that. Okay. Let me take a couple more out from over here. We got bam, bam. And like I said, I'm not going into every single, you know, branch crotch and pulling a bunch of stuff out. I'm not taking back off all this back budding in any capacity. I'm just trying to get anything off that's completely dead, open up our trunk, and get a nice view so we can do some of our more intense styling and cutting at another time. A lot of dead stuff here. I don't love this branch very much, but I suppose we'll keep it. Just get rid of the dead stuff. Hang on. Hang on, just gotta get the dead stuff out of here. There we go. 1 and 2 and 3. Okay. Yeah. Just very like Pomelio style growth right here. And then you got your little more scraggly branches back here. What are we gonna do with you? Are we really gonna keep these, or are we gonna gin them? Maybe I cut them all the way back down to here. So there's just a little something right at the top of the stump right there on this side. Otherwise, I do like how this is coming along. I do very, very much like it. I'm gonna do one more spot check, guys. Let me do another spot check. Just see like what really obnoxious stuff jumps out at me that I've got to cut off. And then I think that this thing needs to go outside and get watered. It's been dry long enough while we've been styling it and everything. Giving it a haircut, essentially. Not really styling it too much. But removing any dead wood. Removing anything that's not going to add aesthetically, and opening up this beautiful trunk. Really cool trunk and Nabari combo. 1-2 punch on this one, man. This is a badass Mugo. And there's more of them to go get. See, I don't really love this one. But it could thicken the branch, and this is one of my leads, so it's the lower lead maybe. This branch will probably have to go unless it gets really fanned out in that direction. Okay, I think that's enough cutting for today on this one. Just doing my one last visual scan here. You know, I don't want to leave big chunks of gin in between every area that makes it look like it's been pruned a whole bunch. So after that deadwood's died off, I'm cutting a bunch of that stuff back. And there's just this really cool broken area in the front that I don't even know what we're gonna do with it. But this is gonna be an awesome gin study. Got a very cool Cascades style. Or a semi-cascade, I guess it would be qualified as. Really cool. So here it is. There's the pretty much the final spin around here, you guys. I'm just, like I said, gonna try and keep packing this akadama in a little bit more with my hand, and then give it a once over with the lava rock. That's gonna look really nice. Drain nicely, and if we feel like it, we can end up putting moss on this later. Could be really cool having moss around the whole basin with the rock lifted up and the Nabari working together like that. That could be very sick. So, oh boy, I'm gonna need a break anyway, guys. I've been sitting in this position for a long time, starting to get kind of sore and everything. So, I am pretty comfortable with how this is right now. It's not touching the basin. Even when I do bring it down, it still won't touch the basin, and I'm going for cascade style anyways. I think that we're cooking. Dang it, I pulled a bunch of dead needles in here. There's a bunch of dead needles in with my akadama. Dang it. Oh well. Like I said, I love this little stick for just poking stuff to get it to all integrate together. This is the last poke before the final, just really cosmetic layer. Push a little more stuff to the corners that are sinking in a bit. Then we're just gonna level this whole thing off with that lava rock. Here it is. And then I'm gonna need a break, you guys. I've been burning the oil hard here. Look at that, we got like 4 different people in chat today. 4 chatters is awesome. It's more than I get a lot of days. Lots of the time I'm lucky to have 1 or 2. And it's usually Tacitol coming to hang out with me. Alright guys, so I'm gonna just start taking these lava fines and I'm dumping them right into the middle of the piece, just right on top. I'm gonna shake it because I want to keep the lava dust at the end because it's really good for making muck walls. Okay. And I'm just gonna have it kind of taper up towards the middle. Like I said, I'm loading it in at the tree. So as it washes down, it'll find its place. And hopefully it'll totally cover everything without overflowing anywhere. Doesn't seem like it should be too bad of an issue. Especially if there's just a couple of big rocks or pieces of mulch, I can just kind of press it in. See, it just slides right off the rock. Nice. Alright, this is looking super cool, guys. I'm not gonna lie. This is looking super, super cool. This is probably my dopest Mugo. It's probably the one I've spent the most time on too. It's one of like 4 that I have. Alright, looks like we already got a lot of nice lava rock over in this corner, so the fines are just gonna have to fall in between. And I'm trying to just load up around the root system, like I said, because it's always good to have a little extra protection around that root system while it's growing back. And now we've been at this for a couple hours on this tree in particular, so we got to get it outside and get it watered, everybody, just to make sure that it stays nice and full. I'm gonna give it another handful of lava. Some may fall out, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Okay, so I'm just gonna push it up and inwards from the edges so that it will even out a bit and hopefully not overflow anywhere. It's an awful shame to have this stuff overflow into the damn yard where it's just gonna get kicked around by my lawnmower. Yeah, it looks like some of this Akadama is trying to make its way up, superimpose itself. Alright, that's it, guys. This is your Mugo for the day. Mugo for the day turned out fucking awesome. Excuse my language, but this is so sick. I think even the way that we use the stone and everything is so creative and cool. Very sick build, guys. So there's one build for the day and one repot for the day. I wanted to do this tree the most. This is the one that I was, I think, the most excited about. We're gonna throw this extra substrate. It seems like I got a little bit extra. Put it right here. There we go. Just a few of these larger rocks don't need to be in here. I got smaller stuff on top, fine stuff that I want to fill in. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take this thing outside and water it. You tell me, what would you pay for it? Because I gotta start making money somehow, so maybe I can start selling these like at the Walmart down the street in the parking lot or something. How much would you pay? Knowing it was made with love. And I wouldn't say that it's a graveyard tree because that does actually make the coolest bonsai. They're like, those are more desirable than anything that's growing like normally. Because like, look at this. This thing is a freak of nature and it's so cool. So dope. Alright. That's all, folks. I'm pulling out a few pieces of bark and I'm taking this thing outside. I'm gonna go water it. I'm gonna go water it. So you all can hang out for just a couple of minutes and then I guess it'll be on to the next one. The extra substrate. This is all my garbage stuff. So I dump all this into a compost heap. Mugo pines aren't good for propagating, so I'm not going to try and propagate any of these ends. I tried it last year with one of my Mugos. They all failed, and I was like, yep, I see why people say it's impossible. So I'm not going to try and prop the Mugo. I'm just going to cut those little pieces off, and yeah. I'm using just the stick to kind of poke a little bit more into this back segment, because this is where all the magic's going to happen with the growth. I'm trying to not disturb like my upper levels, you know. Just try to get that deeper stuff packed in there, right? Really, you know, pack it up into the roots. All right, this is all gonna settle nice. Break time. Time for me to take a break, guys. What do you think? From 1 to 10, how do you like this one? I think it turned out sick. A little moss and a little wiring, a little training and a little trimming. This is gonna be my coolest Mugo, possibly. Possibly the top Mugo. Okay, I don't know if next I want to work on doing another potting job or if I want to do a gin job. So we can talk about that when I get back. Splack, if you're still hanging out, it's good to have you here. Jenny, if you're around, it's good to have you here. This is a really dope project. Like, look at how cool this Mugo turned out. This thing is just wicked. What a wicked tree. And it fit nicely into this 14-inch pot. It was perfect. Perfectly sized. Semi-cascade out. This is gonna look sick. All right, guys. Woo, 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 woo. I'm gonna do some tree swap. I'm gonna just do some self-care stuff. Go get a stretch. My back is hurting. Use the restroom, all that good stuff. And we'll keep moving things around. Continue on with our stream tonight. So the Mugo is done. Look at how sick that looks. I'm just looking at it for the first time on OBS here. Like, if that's the front. Actually, I think that this should be the front, like this. Hang on a second. Let me make sure that I don't lose my pokey stick. There we go. I think that's your front view right there, like that. Very sick tree. All right, guys, I'm taking it out in ad break. I don't know if it's happening now or what, but I'm gonna head out just for a couple of minutes and I'll be back. Okay, love you. See you soon. All right, guys, we are barreling towards the end here. 3 more minutes of ad break. 3 more minutes of ad break, then I'll be back. Alright guys, so I've reached the position here. Well, I might have enough juice in me for 1 or 2 more. My room's starting to become a bit of a mess, so it'll feel really good to do a little more work, and we'll wrap up tonight on a really great note with 1 or 2 more projects, depending on how long they take. And then we can pick up from tomorrow, or possibly next day or next day. I don't know, it depends on my schedule and my girlfriend's schedule. I got actually a couple of things going on tomorrow. A dentist appointment in the morning. Not like any of you guys care about that, but after my dentist appointment, I was thinking about going out to one of the rock quarries, one of the rock pits, and getting myself some more flagstone to work with, so that I can continue doing these projects. I shouldn't have any trouble coming up with more trees, especially Mugos. I've had really good luck finding lots of, interesting Mugo pines recently, and we can play with those infinitely. Like, there's so many styles you can go with. Maybe we'll do a laterale on the next one. A much more minimalist look with a lot more dead branches, but that's kind of the look that I want to go for on one of my U's if we get to it tonight. And before we do any U work, I want to trainer pot. I have to save one of these trainers for a tree that I have outside. That's gonna be this one. So I'm using up 2 of my big trainers today. We got to use up a second trainer today, unfortunately. But we're going to be able to plant our bird's nest spruce. I believe that's what this thing is. To the best of my knowledge, it is called a bird's nest spruce, and you're about to see why. Let me just cut my guards here. Is one long enough? Dang it, I gotta do 2 full strips. That's okay. This stuff sucks anyway. I want to use it up so that I have an excuse to order the little plastic inserts. Oh my god. They wire in so easy. I don't know why I'm using this stupid stuff. It was cheap. It was me trying to save money on something that was already so inexpensive. I think I didn't think it through. I thought that it would be a good idea to get a big long roll of screen door mesh, which would work great, but don't get the metal stuff. Get plastic. This metal stuff shards like crazy. It's horrible. I mean, it does the job, so I'm not gonna throw it out, but you know. I'm gonna cut another piece of long, thick wire here. The big, nasty stuff that we used on our last project. It's probably gonna be 2 lengths, so I'm thinking 1 and 2. I think instead of doing 1 wire, like 2 ways, I'm just gonna do 2 wires on this one. So I'm thinking this is probably long enough for 2. We'll see how big this spruce is once we get it opened up. This is gonna be another situation where we're gonna open it up together here on screen, and then I gotta run it outside really quick and hose it down, get it down to bare root. It won't take me very long. I've kind of checked this one out, and it's got a lot of nursery substrate in it. It also has a whole bunch of juniper berries that I'm thinking about holding on to and planting. Because, why not? Free juniper seeds? I'll take that. Okay, and I said I was going to cut this half this way. Okay. Very good. We're rocking and rolling. All right. So, big question is, I don't know how this is going to fit into this pot. So, let's take care of this part of the project here. I've got to empty this thing into this bucket, take it outside, hose it down, do it just like last time. It seemed to work pretty well to just kind of empty it out right into the trainer bucket for now, because then I can take all that extra dirt and dump it back into another container holding substrate for me. Hope everybody's having a good one out there. I don't have my viewer count up. I don't try to keep an eye on viewer count. I try to just assume that people are watching or dropping in and out at different times. So I like to introduce myself every now and then. I'm Grove Sleeper PNW. I like to work on bonsai trees. I inherited a bunch from my grandfather recently, and I've been working on them since I was a kid, but I've taken it seriously for the last 6 months or so. Maybe a little longer than that. I've been taking it seriously for a year, and I've been streaming for a year, doing both gaming content and bonsai content while my restaurant's been shut down. I'm a small business owner. I have a restaurant that's shut down right now. But that leaves me a lot of time to do this. So I would really love it if somehow I could turn this into my new ikigai and make a living out of it. And man, it would just be so incredible to maybe have like a little shop. I would also love to serve like tea and coffee, you know, and you can look at my bonsai, and I can do classes, and people come and buy my pieces, especially like the Silent Hill and gamer niche pieces. I think those are really gonna slap, and I think that people in other states are gonna want them, like Logan Paul or some like internet celebrities gonna see one of my sick ass. Not that I want to talk to that person necessarily, unless they want to buy one of my bonsai, but let's say Moist Critical wanted one, man. I would send Moist Critical one for free. Moist Critical, Meat Canyon, Tassadol, you're in another country. It'd be really hard to get you one. Nub Zombie. Yeah, Meat Canyon, Nub Zombie, Moist Critical. Any other United States streamers, guys, gals, anybody who is interested in a bonsai, let me know. I mean, you don't even really need to like commission a piece from me. I'll just make one and send it to you. And if it becomes part of like your life in some meaningful, positive way, that would be so cool for me. These are all outdoor trees, so I wouldn't even expect you to like have it on display or anything. It would just kind of be a nice little token of my appreciation to the streamers that inspired me before I got started. All right, guys, let's pull this bad boy out. I already went around it once with the little shovel spade earlier, but I'm gonna hit it once with the cutter here, and it looks like it's having a very easy time, so this might not be too bad. Oh yeah, seems like pretty much all the way around the outside of this. It doesn't feel too root locked yet. Could be wrong. I might have already pushed all the root lock inwards with the spade earlier. This is gonna get potted, and then guys, we have a lot of dead stuff to take out of this one. These are notoriously bushy shrubs, essentially, and it will fill up with a lot of dead branches and dead crap in the middle, so that's gonna have to all get knocked out. Hopefully I can just pull a lot of it off. It'll just land right here in the little green tarp, and we can just bag it out. Okay guys, will it lift? That's the question. I've already given it a roll on the ground outside earlier. The question is, will it lift out? Can I just pull it out? Because with about half of these trees, they have a root system about this far down, and then it just turns into substrate and it pulls out, and it's perfect for bonsai. The tree I worked with earlier, completely root bound all the way to the bottom, but we were able to recover a lot of those roots on that Mugo and get them underneath. So it's got this brand new sideways semi-cascade style. And I want to do the same with this, but instead of this being a semi-cascade, it's already almost like a cascade style. We're going to bring it up like a peacock. I want this to look kind of like a peacock, and we can almost like set a cave or something near it. Make a cool little set piece out of it. And I think it'll look cool when we turn it vertical. So who knows what this Nabari has in store for us. I cannot see below the first layer here. Guys, there's about 2 inches, 3 inches of just this. Just junk. Like, not even nursery fill, but like junk that fell into the nursery pot. So I gotta get myself a nice little garbage can here. Move this rock, which nicely volunteered to help out earlier but wasn't large enough. Okay, so I thought there was a bunch of juniper berries in this, but maybe it was a different tree. Yeah, it must have been a different one. Okay, so I'm carefully just gonna dig underneath all the branches and get this first layer of junk out, because this isn't even gonna serve well as nursery stock substrate. This is just literally compost and, you know, pieces of dead tree from falling off of this thing and such. All right, it's rather stiff this way, which makes me think it's gonna grow really well in an upward direction like that, or even like out of a rock and up. I don't know if I have a good example of a rock it could grow out of. I mean, we could always set something like this up behind it and it looked like it's grown out of it. That's probably the style I'm going to want to go for, but with probably a smaller stone. That's a big one. That one's huge. Okay, so here, let me see if I can shake some more of it down. Like and follow the channel. Your subscriptions and your support all help me get towards my goal of eventually having my own shop so that you guys can actually see me while I'm working. Get better angles, maybe get an overhead camera set up, all that really cool stuff. It's just out of my reach right now. I'm working out of my extra room in my rented home. And, you know, I got forced out of work over a year ago. And I've been trying to do what I can to keep myself happy by leaning into this bonsai stuff. So, your support of the channel, I'm not one to beg you guys. I just am saying, like, I really, really do appreciate any help or revenue that this causes, because it also helps me kind of be like, hey, look, this isn't a complete waste of time to my loved ones. Because, you know, some of them are convinced that making money is more important than anything in the entire world. And I have made lots of money in my life in different times. And there's a saying, money come and money go, but I remain. Money come and money go. Job come and job come, or job come and job go, but I remain. All right, let's see if this thing is even gonna think about coming out. I have a feeling it's got a really deep root system. Oh, it's not even like thinking about it. How deep does it go? This might be one of those turn them over situations. All right, let's see. See if we can pull some of the weight off of this thing going that direction. Doesn't look root locked down here at the bottom that I can tell. It just looks like nursery stock down there. Just needs a little wiggle shake, I think. I think it just needs a little wiggle shake. You guys ever ready for the wiggle shake? Okay. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. And then we gotta do the shake. That's the shake is the scarier part, because I can feel where I think this thing is root locked more. Man, I might just have to take this thing outside and dump it upside down, literally. Because I don't want to dump too much stuff in this. Ah, okay. Good, you guys get to experience this with me. Here it goes. Oh, it's a tall one. Ugh. Okay, how much drop? Question is, how much of that actually has root in it? Because a lot of that's about to fall off and get all over the place if I'm not careful. We're gonna find out how far down the roots are actually keeping this together. Looks like about that far. Oop. All right, here we go. Gosh, this is heavy with all this dirt on here. Man, this thing has had a time growing in here too. All right, guess we gotta do it the old-fashioned way. Okay. Let's get out the old pick and start picking away. This could be another deceiving one where it looks like it goes a lot lower than it actually does. That happened to me a little bit in a way earlier. See how much of this, just the substrate just falls right off? I can probably go halfway up and pretty much everything will fall off. And everything below here was going to get clipped anyways. Okay, let me get my side so that it actually falls into the... I'm kind of chopping my way through here to get ourselves a root mass that we can work with without making a massive mess. Okay. This is actually cutting nicely like this. These aren't going to cut without some help. but everything else seems to be coming apart pretty nicely. Turn it. Let me just give it a little wiggle through here. See, just poking inwards and aggravating the roots makes all this stuff come apart nice and cooperatively. I mean, I haven't ran into really any trees from the graveyard that were in like such horrible root condition that I didn't think I was able to find some way of making them work. Hasn't happened yet. Oh yeah. See, there's only a couple of tap roots going down this far. This thing's gonna come off like a nice big plug. Watch this. Oh, beautiful. And then we're gonna be able to find our Nabari. All right. This is where it's a little overgrown. Back here, obviously. But still, it doesn't have enough to grip onto the bottom half of this substrate. I just want it to come off completely easy like this. Just by digging in towards the center of the root mass like this and kind of aggravating everything, it should just kind of pull right off without really ripping apart a bunch of roots. This is definitely the over-rooted side, the dominant rooted side, but it's cool. Uh-oh, my lights keep falling down. Sorry, folks. All right. This, as I said, had a ton of substrate underneath. Oh my goodness. Okay. I just want it to let go so that I can take this whole container of substrate and put it outside in a bucket for later use. I think I already have enough in here. Otherwise, I'll make sure that I have enough in here. These are very long, very thick roots over here. These are gonna get chopped down big time. Here's a big thick thing here. Yeah, now we're starting to run into some of the thick stuff at the lower region of the root ball. It looks like there's one piece I'm gonna have to cut to actually release this. Like this part down here even, I don't have to cut any of these roots yet, even though they probably will get trimmed down. I can just slowly pick back, and there they go. They're slowly releasing, like pulling out carrots or something. Okay, I might have just one rather large and problematic root on this side. So really fast, look at how full I've already filled up this entire training pot with nursery stock. So I'm putting more of this nursery stock soil back into this big pot here, and it will have many future uses. But this was like a 5-gallon tank, man. This is a huge, or a 5-gallon bucket. This thing was in a huge bucket. I knew there was no way I needed all of this dirt. I just need to remove enough right now so that I can actually get to the guts and separate. Save all this good nursery stock. It's full of perlite and other good substrate. You guys can see better than I can probably at this point, except that our lights are down. Oh, now that I've got this turned upwards, this is gonna be so cool. This is gonna be so sick. Okay, I hope that that sheds some light. And I'm thinking that it's time to come in with this thing and give it a quick slice-a-roo. Whoops. All through here. Found a taproot in there. This is actually cutting off as like such a nice pattern. Hope this one's not too crucial. It's hard to tell, but the one taproot shouldn't be that. No, this is way too long for it to be that. Okay, this is just the one big taproot. And then a couple pieces I'm gonna cut easily. This is actually better suited for a pair of clips. Guys, I'm sweating. Ah, help. Kind of dirty, but I'll use these. Why not? Oh, there it goes. Okay, there's the taproot. It's always scary to cut that because you're like, man, that is a main vein, a main line. But you got to remember that that's not necessarily true. It gets a lot of its water through the small, hairy looking roots, not the big ones. This is all in need of a haircut. Might as well get it now, huh? Okay. See, just like that. And then I'll just set those out in a radial pattern, and those will work fine. So our tree's released. Wonderful. I've got a bunch of root trash that I have to separate from the good stuff really quick. This is all root trash, it looks like. Alright guys, just give me 1 second, save my substrate. Pull out the roots though. It's all trapped inside of here. You'll see how many roots were here. Thankfully, we've been through our first flush of the year here, so a lot of our energy is being synthesized within this tree right now at this time of year, kind of late spring, early summer. A lot of energy being synthesized, photosynthesized in the tree. So we should be able to take some roots off at this point and also later in the fall going into winter. So those are the kind of two times that the energy for this style of tree is gonna, or shrub, tree shrub, whatever. It's when the energy will be concentrated in the right area. I can go into more detail on that if anybody's curious. Because there's a funny way how trees work, kind of like batteries, sending energy back and forth to different places. Oh, boy, okay. That's a lot of junk. That's a lot of junk. Holy shit, okay. So much native soil here, okay. Yep, this little green thing is a lifesaver. Whew. Pair it up with a big deep steel tray and you are unstoppable. So there's only a few minutes coming up until our next break. I'm gonna take this dirt outside, leaving only enough for our project. And what I'm also gonna do is get this tree all rinsed out, and we're gonna have our nabari exposed as well as our root mass. So let's put some of this native back in here. This is what's gonna go right around the trunk of the tree, or the root system of the tree right there. This is all the good stuff. It's got perlite and topsoil, rich stuff. It's gonna really encourage root growth. So that'll be my filler for that. I'm gonna have to vacuum in here tomorrow. I'm gonna have to vacuum big time in here tomorrow. Okay guys, while that ad runs, I'm gonna take these two things outside. I'm gonna get this tree washed off, bring it back in, and we'll be good to continue. See y'all in a few. Here, it's probably appropriate for me to just drop a BRB because I need to wash the tree up. And that's the end of the coffee, guys. I don't know if we're gonna make it through a second one today. Don't know if we'll get through another one today. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Okay, so let me hit BRB. Okay. All right, I'll just leave it like that, and then it's gonna roll into the ads in just a minute here, and I will be back with our tree ready to go in just a few, guys. All right, dude, let me just get all this figured out straight here. All right. We are back at it, and we're gonna finish up this project real fast, you guys. Thank you for hanging out all evening, on and off. Everybody's been kind of popping in and out. Different levels of progress tonight. Getting a lot of stuff done, man. Getting a lot of stuff done. Let's knock this last tree out, okay? It's getting close to my bedtime. And then we'll work on our Bunjin tomorrow. Tomorrow's Bunjin day. Who am I kidding? Best thing to do is just pop a glove on and scoot it all over. Alright, so there's my natural substrate. I'm going to be dumping that back in after we get our drainage and right around the root system. This one doesn't have as crazy of a nabari, but it does have a really weird trunk that we're going to be able to take advantage of to kind of turn it into a faux nabari. So it'll go something like this, and it'll go a little something like this. That dirt should wash out, I really hope. Let's toss my headphones back on, huh? Get back with the grooves. And I still don't get any like update if you guys send me a message or anything. I've got to actually have my eyes on chat, so I apologize if I'm slow to get back to anybody again. Still working out everything to optimize the channel for everybody's viewing pleasure. So for just a minute here, I'm just gonna work with some rubber gloves. Actually, I don't even need rubber gloves right now. Hang on. Just gotta cover up those drain holes, okay, with some mesh. And I've got some kind of gritty mixed stuff here. And then I'm just gonna give it a nice solid layer of semi-fine or semi-fine. Where did all of my semi-fine gravel go? Did I run out? My lava gravel, guys. Where did I put it? Well, well, well. What a predicament. Okay, I've got to go get a couple of scoops of that. I think it was inside of this, actually. Hang on, what is in this? Just a second. I gotta go snag a little bit more large lava for this. Looks like it all got used up in the last projects. Last couple of projects. So let me go snag that. It's gonna be really quick. Don't even have to mute. I'll be right back. It was like an absolutely ridiculous amount of work getting this lava rock in bulk from a nursery, but it turned out to be 100% worth it because this has gone a long way. But we are starting to burn through it, and I'm not excited to have another experience. Oh crap, I forgot about something. I gotta put my wire in. I had to manually sift through 2,000 pounds of this lava rock to get it all to the different sizes and spread some around my yard as well. And it broke my back over about 4 days, but I got it done. And it gave me a lot of substrate to work with. This would have cost me hundreds of dollars, you guys. I'm seriously the most ultimate scrapper. I will dig through dirt myself, go dig up unwanted trees from people's houses, all sorts of stuff, just to keep, I do it for the game. Just keep doing it for the game, you know? All right, so here's what I want to do. Gotta be a little bit careful because of water here. Water content. Okay, we gotta figure out how this tree's gonna look best. Here it comes, here it comes. Okay, over it comes, here we go. Got a nice radial root pattern already, so I should be able to pull it down a bit. Ow! And give it a nice sloping direction so that it has the kind of peacocked look that we want. And then eventually when I drop it into a full piece, I can have like a stone behind it. Let's see how that looks. Okay, I'm gonna go to my other set of gloves, which are a little less wet and dirty. And then it's time to check this bad boy out. Let's see. First off, let me just get the roots teased out a little more. They've been rinsed off, so now I can actually tease them into a radial pattern. And I can kind of set this thing down actually on my turntable and pull everything out into a radial pattern and cut any deep roots that are kind of getting in the way of training the roots in the way that we want. Like this big old huge root right here that kind of needs to come out, starting to turn up and circle. I'll show it to you guys before I take it, but I'm just gonna get everything else that's good and healthy that I want to keep nice and loosened up here. Oh dude, I gotta run my wire through. Shit, I keep forgetting. The question is, how do I want to have it standing up? I think the only way to do this one is gonna be like this. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, so I really gotta bring the back down and then probably strap it from side to side once. That's pretty easy. I think this one's gonna be easy to wire down. I got 2 wires, but I think I'm only gonna need 1 that runs the length. As long as it'll reach across back over, and yeah, it should. Okay. This one ain't longer. I think I got them exactly in half. Maybe I'll prep this one as well, just in case I need it. Okay, so I got 2 wires prepped. I'm only gonna drop in 1 though, because like I said, this wire is very heavy duty. I think 1 going from side to side is gonna hold it down if I pull everything out and forward. So here's what I'll do. Pull this out. Oop. Flying sticks. Get sharp things out of the way. And this wire itself is very sharp. Definitely poke my eye out with it. It's stiff as hell too, so gotta be very careful working with this stuff. I don't like it, but I've got to set up a day to pick up copper wire from the recycler, because that's the only place you can get reasonably priced copper bonsai wire. Gosh, I need the water to drain out of this. Okay, water drained. And we're going corner to corner, or sorry, edge to edge. And I guess I'll cross over just a bit. Actually, no, I'm gonna be pulling it forward, so both on this side, okay. Okay guys, I got the wire in. Let's just pull it tight. Make sure that I arrange it and press it. There. Okay, so that's pressed in tight. That should have all the power that we need to hold it in place. So let's take another look again. I'm gonna have to tease all the roots down so that it'll stand up facing you guys or me. So the next step here is gonna be to get our drainage layer and stuff in real quick. Free up some space in our inventory. You guys know how that is, right? Okay, make sure nothing got underneath. Slightly larger lava rock. Almost enough to cover the bottom, perfect. And then I got a bit more right here, but I'm gonna save some of it for a little later. So just enough to make sure that all of my, excuse me guys, getting dust and stuff in my nose. All my wiring and all of my drainage is nicely covered with the big lava here. Good stuff. Quick scoop of mulch on top of that. And then we're gonna go natural substrate. Just kind of enough to pepper it. Turn it from stone into a mix. That's the point here. So just a bit of that mixed in with some of the natural substrates can be awesome. Okay, so how are we gonna get this thing to stand in the way that we want? Time to go back into rubber glove mode. And I'm gonna pick at it for a little bit with my pick again. Straighten out and untangle all of these many roots and get them to tuck under in one direction, this direction, so that the tree will stand up in that way. So let me just turn this really fast. I want to pull it up this way, right? Let me see. I guess it doesn't matter because I went those two. It needs to be held up this way. Right about there. It needs to be held up kind of like that. So I've got to obviously pull my back roots down, my front roots up. And while I have the opportunity and I'm looking at the back here, I see a few large roots that I want to take out. Real big tap roots here. I'm untangling them from anything around it because I don't want to destroy any more of this root system than I have to. I'm already in it pretty deep. So it's just these big ones that I want to cut off here. Get my snips. I want proper cutters for these. Here we go. Okay, get that out. Cut this big old thing here. There's kind of one major shared taproot right here that I'm going to leave for now because I don't want to overstress the plant. And I think it will not be in my way very badly. The rest I'm going to try and tease out. Anything big goes. The rest gets teased out. Looks like these are at their dead end actually, huh? Not down here though. Yep. So I'm just going to do some more heavy trimming in order to secure that whole area. Hopefully that doesn't kill off half of the tree, but if it does, we can go Bunjin with it. I don't think it will. I think we're going to be fine. So now, as you can see, there's a bit of overhang down this way, but a lot of this stuff needs to get pulled down. I think that I've done enough damage to the roots already, so let me just take one more front look at this. We want it standing up like so. So I'm gonna have to discover what the back of this tree looks like back here. So I'm gonna have to get after it with a pick, and I need an angle on it to see. I'll show you guys what I discover in just a sec. And I'm just knocking all natural substrate back in right now. That's fine. That's what I want there to be around the natural closest part of the root system here. What I'm really trying to do is like knock the back set of the roots down so that it'll stand up tall instead of down in a nest fashion. I want this to be more of a peacock tree than a nest-shaped shrub. So we're kind of going in a unnatural angle, and we'll see what our Nabari looks like. The radial roots are coming up nicely, and I don't want to do any more damage to them, so they pull all the way out to the outer edges of the pot, and I got no problem with it as long as they break down into the shape that I want. I don't care if there's a lot of roots in here. I just want to make sure that I can achieve the angle that I'm looking for here. There might be some big stuff in the back that needs to get chopped if I can't bring it down far enough. All right, let's start to discover our Nabari. Ooh, dudes, this Nabari is way fatter than I thought. Whoa. Okay. All right. We're getting in there now, guys. This almost needs another hose down to like really appreciate the full Nabari, but I'll just pick away at it and then we'll shake it off. Either way, we'll be able to see enough to determine our front and everything. This is breaking out so nicely into a radial root pattern. I really appreciate the plant for doing this. Oh my gosh. There's like almost no resistance once I start getting really close into the center. So I'm going to be very careful with those, but I do need to have them folded into the directions that I need so that this thing starts taking a more permanent residence in its new position. But dang, this Nabari looks huge. Hang on a sec. It gets really big back here. Really, really big. Here, you guys can probably see it now. I gotta check this other side. Look at all that big Nabari in here. This is gonna look great standing up. Look fantastic. Yeah, and all of these roots are just like going down, 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 right where I'm gonna want them anyways. So this has been a really ideal build here, where all the roots are finding their way down, where they can continue to live and grow happily while exposing this big, tall Nabari. Whoa. Gosh, that's two like 10-year-old trees that we picked up today. Less than 10-year-old trees we picked up today that just have really incredible Nabaris. These are killer. Wow, how low can I go? Pretty low. Depending on the angle that I can get this to take, this could be very interesting. All right, let me give this a little bit of a shake off here. Oh yeah, we've got full control over this root ball, and we don't want to trim any more off, but it should cooperate back here to have this huge front. Wow. Oh man, okay, so I can either have it going outwards at a really interesting angle, actually. Let's uncover a little bit of this. This is one of these ones that you guys can help me make a decision on. Do we still want to stand it up, or do we want to have it in a semi-cascade style, because I can now do either one. And I don't have to make a full decision necessarily today putting it into a trainer pot like this. But there are options here. Hello. Nothing is impossible to work with. And I get so excited when I pull these trees out of the graveyard where nobody wants them for their yard. They're going to end up getting, you know, eventually thrown away because they're just neglected in the back of the nursery. And I'm more than happy to snatch these things up and start turning them into art. Whoa, okay, so we got actual action back. Actual action back here, guys. This is gonna turn out sick. There's too much of this. Too much of the natural substrate. I'm gonna replace it later, so just back off a little bit. Actually, I'll have that one layer just to mix in with the mulch that I put there. Alright, so I'm doing this all by hand. I'm not using the pick anymore right now, because a lot of this stuff is getting to be a bit sensitive, and I really want to keep as much of this alive as I can. I just want it untangled and down. And as long as I get a couple of these large tap roots that are preventing that out of the way, like this one right here, a big long circular root here that was in my way. Ah, see? Culprit. It has a lot of little fines on it, so I'm going to keep it and tuck it under, but... Oh my gosh, this Nabari is also sick. How am I scoring such awesome Nabari on these trees? It's incredible. Come on now. Whoa, okay. So this is actually a really nice Nabari. I still think I want to do the upright, and I still think we can pull it off. Let's get these roots kind of going in their own direction. See how they're meeting up in the middle here? That's not what we want. We want everybody going outwards and onwards. Outwards like this is perfect. Outwards like that is good. And I don't even mind if there's some longer ones going all the way across. I've already taken quite a bit off, so don't want to overstay my welcome. You know, this could make a really, really nice upright now that I look at it in this way. Let's take a look. So if it were to stay upright, it would go something like that. And now I get to play with those. If it goes up like this, I gotta bring this down. Maybe even cover the back. Let me untangle more of these roots. Some more long circulars. There we go. Man, I'm a little bit at a loss now. Which style do we go for, guys? This is where you're supposed to help me out. Just saying. Do we have it go out like this? In a semi-cascade fashion? Like the last one? I think like this is probably the best. Kind of somewhere in between. I don't think going full upright is the way to go. Well, it could be. That would look pretty dope. I'm not gonna lie, it's a huge Nabari. And I just took that big piece off there. So maybe we will do a partial upright, kind of like this. I don't want to bring this stuff too far out. So we'll see how far up I can go. And that's the way it'll be. And then I'm just, since there's this big wedge here, and I'm afraid to take off too much root, I'm just going to stuff this back in and out. so that hopefully it'll continue outwards growth. We're gonna need some more stone to get this up higher. And then we can kind of decide on our positioning. I think that there's a little more work I got to do back here, guys, to like open up our options all the way. So let me just work a little more here. Pull down everything I can. This is definitely the back of the tree that I'm looking at right now. This is like most certainly the back of the tree. Maybe that other rock is going to come in useful in propping this thing into a position that I want. Maybe it was here for a reason the whole time. This is all really good here. Just got to get this buried there. These look like some upper roots that were cut maybe by the nursery. These look like upper roots that were cut by the nursery, so I'm gonna take those off. Okay. So that feels pretty good again. And if I just kind of ruffle up so that they're all going outwards, there we go. Nice radial root system. Now, question is, how do I get this thing to stay in position in the way that we want it? I mean, no matter what, it's got to come up, but do I stick the rock under right now? And then I think we were talking about going up like this. Because if I have to choose a lead, it's got to be this. Not that, not that. It's got to be this as a lead up here. This is a pretty good main lead right there, though. And then it just kind of sprawls out in all directions. That's pretty cool. I think I want to drop it like this. So that means that I'm going to need a lot of backfill and maybe this stone. Where'd you go? Oh, come on. Upset that I didn't use you in the first project. Come back. That's not it. Well, how did that rock go? I just had a big rock that was for exactly this reason. Come on. Must have put it into the bucket somewhere. Let me track said stone down. And then we'll tie it down with the wire on top of the stone. Where the hell did that thing go? Oh, there's where all my freaking gravel was. I had a perfect rock to put under this. It was the backup from the last one, but I guess suppose I got other options. I can get little pieces of volcanic rock like this all over the place. So I'll use this as my planting wedge here. So again, I think I want to go, where's my lead? Up this way, right? So it's got to go something like this. And bring all roots down and out. Trim them off if they're too much off the edge, but there are some big sections that I can go back in and out. And it'll still kind of grow radially, but I won't have to take all of that root mass off right now. Okay, so that's fine with that. And then this is all going to get buried to there. This upper Nabari is gonna lose a little bit. I'll just tuck it down this way. That's all good. Okay, I think I'm ready for stone placement. I'm gonna just kind of roll it in there. And then now, let me take another look on this side. This is the big old fat trunk on the side here. But I don't think that it's the best lead. I don't think that it needs to go all the way up like that. I mean, it could, and then this could cascade this way. There's gonna be a bunch of junk cleared out in here. Okay. Yeah, I think that this positioning is gonna be fine. And you know, the positioning is just something I want to get right, but it's not gonna be the end of the world of any sort here. Because we're just putting this thing into a trainer anyways to get it a couple more years, or at least another season, another year, to kind of grow into the shape we want. And I think that we're shooting for that to go up, which means we'll have to run our wire over the top here and across the back there, I guess. I'm gonna go over all of this. Okay, let's see if I can get my wiring in, guys. Like I said, this stuff is a little bit tough to work with. Here we go. Okay, now straighten out. Okay, so I'm good so far. Now my issue is I don't want to hurt my Nabari, so I'm going low here. And then this wire can come in. Kind of make a loop. Okay, now I'm just pressing in and up. Ow. And that is enough to hold that in place, I think. Now I just need to position it a little bit higher on the back than the front. And then we're gonna start packing this stuff with akadama and stone and everything. So everything will start locking into place in a sec here, but let's get our wiring how we want it. Again, I want it low enough that it's not cutting anything off that's crucial. And it's also not damaging Nabari. Ugh. God, I hate this wire. I hate this wire, guys. Okay. But the good news is, once it's on, it's pretty on. So I'm gonna loop this back so I don't poke myself with it later. Let me fold it all down. Okay. And this should stand up after I get all of my substrate in here. Up and out, kind of like so. I hope I'm not doing too much damage to the roots with the rock right now. Okay, now I'm just gonna pull my wire this way and down. God, this wire sucks, guys. Ugh, I hate it. Okay, I'm gonna start filling in. That's the only way that this is gonna work. I'll let it clamp onto the side for now. Let's give it a couple big handfuls of its natural substrate, right on there to make these roots happy. 1 handful per side, how about that? For the ratios, I'm stuffing it in there. And it's gonna get mixed up with some akadama and other stuff. And then there's gonna be a bunch of stone stuck down into this front part that I think is gonna hold it down in place. This wire's really not helpful. I'm taking the wire off really quick. I don't like how this is set up right now. If you don't like how something's going, don't force it. Try again. I just don't, I feel like I'm ripping up a lot. And if I don't even need the wire and I can just pack it in place, then that's what I'm gonna do. So, let's try this again. All good. Just gotta hit the reset. Okay, now, let's see how this is. We got the natural dirt. I'm gonna go some more natural dirt because it's gonna be very accepting of the akadama and other stuff, and it's got this nice perlite stuff in it. This isn't gonna hold anything in place, but it is gonna provide good nutrition. And now I'm just kind of stuffing it in with my fingers everywhere around the root mass. There's still a rock underneath there somewhere. I want it to really boost the back up like this. So I'm gonna have to stick a whole bunch of rocks in the front. Let me flip this around really fast, guys. I gotta see how this is working in the back because I gotta pull some magic to make this stay in place. So it's turning into a real pain in the ass. Okay. All roots down this time. Off to the sides instead of around the rock. Now we're going to get a nice sound base for the rock here. There we go. And then it's going to be up like so. That seems about right. Let me just keep rotating this rock here. God, guys, I'm like sweating my ass off. I'm getting so hot in here. Ugh. It's almost time to call it a night. We're getting there. I don't want to get frustrated with the project and not do a good job, so I'm sticking with it. We're gonna keep trucking. We're cool. I'm gonna set it more sideways. I think that that's my problem. And then I'm gonna just angle the rock from the corner in. Kind of like I did on the last one. Gotta be strategic with my rock angle. Because it really needs to like prop some weight up. It needs to prop something up. Okay, let's put in some lava stone. Please. Please help me get this into position better. Okay. It's already starting to hold its spot a little more. Okay, so lots of lava stone everywhere. I put a couple of scoops of akadama, lucky tree. Lucky tree gets a little akadama. I'm running out of fat. Your contributions to the channel help me buy things like akadama and other good ingredients for my trees to help keep them nice and healthy, so I don't have to cheap out on everything. I don't want to cheap out on the health of my trees, just acquiring materials. All right. So we are starting to discover exactly what Nabari is going to be able to be exposed here, what roots need to go down. Still not sure what we're going to do about the wire. I might just cut it and take it out if I can't get it into the position that I want. I might be able to just use that stone and this akadama mix to get everything to hold in place better. Start just stuffing everything back here. So I wanted to elevate this back part more. I gotta flip this around, guys, and see what I'm working with here. Okay, so roots go down. Gotta send the roots underneath all of this stuff. Lots of lava rock. Get the roots underneath it. But also stuff a little bit underneath the trunk to help keep it propped up into that proper area that we want. There, now let's fill this in. I think that's better. Okay, good. So now I just want to carefully pull out all this rock here. I'm going to stuff down all of the roots. See if I can pin them in place with maybe a bamboo skewer. That's usually a good move. But definitely bring them down while keeping the tree up. Okay, roots down. Okay, so I got the roots going down here. Kind of got them tucked in underneath and then moving outwards in that radial pattern like we've been doing. And then I'm going to give it a nice big handful of that nice sloppy goo that it's been living in. Oh man, it starts to fall down immediately. Ugh. We're going to have to stuff a lot of akadama and lava behind here to get it to stay in place, I think. So let's get stuffing. Just putting some akadama into the roots themselves helps keep them going into the direction that you want a lot of the time. The roots can get very ornery and start sticking off in all sorts of different directions that you aren't intending and don't want them to do. But if I start to mix in the akadama with it, it just kind of helps hold it and anchor it all in place a little bit at a time. It's almost like, you know, how nature takes care of erosion and such. Ugh, the tree's falling. God damn it, guys. Ugh. This is just from very, very improper wiring. Okay, I'm gonna have to run the wire over this thing at this point. We're gonna have to do this. How about we go up and over? See, this is the thing, is that I want this part down, like far down, like this. Dug in like that. I want this dug in like that. Then whilst holding everything down, a little bit of protectant mulch maybe. It's all the way over there. Shit. Yeah, just move some substrate around for a sec. Stay right here. Let's see if that'll work. Trying to think of the best approach here, guys. Since there's pretty low roots here, and this is kind of the bottom of the Nabari, I think I'm just gonna go down here and kind of hug onto the tree, and then go back down to here. And then from here, after I straighten this one out, I think I should be able to wrap the opposite way around the tree and lock it in place. Let's see. If I take this and I pull it real tight this way, and then I wrap this wire around the tree this way, can I do this without choking the tree? It looks like I can reach this part down and hook it over. Oh, dang, lost my balance, sorry. These yoga blocks are starting to fail me. Oh, okay. Okay, now I'm just gonna send this into the dirt, I think, here. No, I can't do that, really. I could do this. Hang on. Just get a tight twist on this wire right here. Okay. So that wire is committed to that. So now if I bring this bad boy over this way, get everything committed to a side. Right over this way, just the opposite direction, and then I want it to grab onto this wire on the other side, so I have to bend a little hook. Guys, I'm sweating like crazy in here. All right, I think I've got it. I'm just gonna grab my wire benders. Where are those? Come on, pliers. Pliers! Oh my God, you guys, I'm so hot and just like burning up in this room right now that even something simple as finding pliers is like a nightmare. Okay. Yeah. I don't think that this is going to cause any damage to the Nabari. I think I just got it locked in there real good though. Okay. Now I can make some adjustments. And I can loosen the wire if I need. I'm going to just go ahead and bend this one back into the usual bow tie. Oh my God, that was like some of the hardest stuff I've done tonight there, guys. Hofta. All right. Get my little poker out. Time to poke all of our roots down into the akadama. Get the akadama mixed in with our nursery soil underneath. So again, as you guys have been hearing all night, I'm just kind of shuffling everything around while pushing inwards towards the center and down. Send the roots downwards and get the akadama kind of stuck in between the roots. It's going to cause it to be nice and aerated and ready to be stimulated for new growth. There's going to have to be a couple of upper, possible upper root removals here. I'll put some of the natural dirt just right in here because this is a big hot spot for roots. This is a big hot spot for roots through here. So I suppose it's probably okay to just give it a full once over. Cover all the roots with the natural substrate, and it's all mixing in with lava rock and akadama now. Super nice. Good blend. Sometimes I might toss a little bit of like sand in or something like that, but I think that this blend's gonna be perfect. Kind of mimics what it was in over at the nursery in a way, but it's a little bit more bonsai appropriate with the lava and akadama and such. So now I'm gonna go ahead and just, again, use my fingers to press everything down and in, because the next layer that goes on top of this is gonna be our decorative lava rock layer, and then it's about done, unless we decide to put on moss later in the season after it gets a chance to kind of grow into itself for a bit. All right, just packing in from all directions. You guys can hear these rocks shifting around. Seismic activity, I tell ya. Can't even see me behind this. I'm like, what's his name? Wilson from Home Improvement. Howdy ho, neighborinos. Oh man, my knees are killing me. This turned out to be a long and late stream, which is totally cool. I've really enjoyed doing this with you guys. Everybody been popping in and popping out. Alright, I'm going to make sure it's nice and tightly packed in this front area, because I'm going to try and tilt it towards the front in a minute anyways. And make sure that my wires don't just start rubbing the hell away from my nabari and ruining the nice bark I have. So I'm just poking away, trying to get all of the roots integrated and down. It has plenty of room to grow downwards. And then eventually it'll hit lava rock, which thankfully will fall apart nice and easily when we need to repot this thing. So that every single experience when you do a repotting doesn't end up being like a brand new nursery stock where it's over-rooted in kind of a messy shape. So I got a lot of stuff falling down, and I've also got some roots getting exposed again. Everything is just kind of superpositioning and packing into itself here, especially around this main root system. Check this out. Look how far I can get the pick in. It's just pushing stuff all the way in there, but that's good. These roots are a little rambunctious on this side. This is the only thing. How am I going to get these roots to stay down? Gotta do another layer over them. Keep pushing them in, and if they get pushed in through lava rock too many times, they're just going to get ripped and destroyed. So I think I'm just going to leave it at that, and I'll give it one more layer of, one quick layer, I should say, on these upper roots here. I'm going to take out any that are obviously just too big and popping out of the top of the piece here. Because if it's down to the rock level, that means that your roots are probably a little bit high. Except for these ones, maybe. I'll let these ones get away with it. They'll go underneath some akadama. But anything else that's higher than that kind of needs to get cut. Stuffed or cut. Try and do a little more stuffing on this corner. And then I think that this is actually the back side where I'm going to have to prop it up a little bit anyways. So there's going to be even more root stuffing back here, because this is the stuff that was initially on the really like high side of the tree. I think this looks much cooler in this new position. As soon as we get it up a little higher, I think it's really going to hit the spot. Stuffing everything I can in there, because I'm probably gonna have to hit it with one more round of akadama or lava, or maybe some lava fines. I'm gonna top it off with lava fines anyway. So let's pull a little akadama over here. Oh yeah, that was covering up some roots. Whoops. I guess it's all kind of covering roots. These roots can at least be covered though, because they're still inside the parameter of the pot. Some of the others are a little bit long. Some of the others are going to get pulled up anyways. All right, let me do this. Let me hit it with a sprinkling of this stuff. Just some mulch around the whole thing. Whoops. Mulch around the whole thing in order to cover any last roots that want to stay considered underground, and anything that's sticking up needs to get cut. I'm seriously giving it every opportunity. Get down there. Please, roots, get down there. I want to keep you as much as possible. So, the trick here is that I wanted to rotate this bad boy up a bit. I think I can do that using the wire here. Strength of the wire. There, I'm just kind of pressing it down. And then I'm gonna put some more lift behind it. We're gonna give this baby a BBL real quick, just like this. Okay, baby gets a BBL. I'm just stuffing the rocks back here, guys. I may have to cover a little portion of this with some moss. If this is working its way up too high, we'll have to see. There. Yeah, I like this shape a lot better than when it was down as a quote nest. And even more like that is like perfect. So I want to keep it up like this, and then we'll just ensure that everything back here is taken care of. Oop. Just working this wire a little bit, again in a way that it's not going to crush my Nabari, and hopefully won't be showing. And now I truly believe that this is coming out towards the viewer, and it shows the lead right here and the sides that are going to go down out. This is going to be dope. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good about this. I don't want to fuck with it too much more. I just want to get the last layer of mulch down over this whole thing. Stuff some more fine lava in here. Make sure that we don't lose that altitude. So I'm just going to grab a couple handfuls of this. I'm just putting a few handfuls of this fine grained lava here, and I'm just going to start stuffing it in. It's almost like a sand, just if you want to think of it in a way of kind of a tool to even things out or raise them up and not let them fall down if they're being a little bit rambunctious. So here, as you guys can see, I can lift this thing up quite a bit and just stuff everything into these lava fines. Down, down, down. And I'm gonna make sure lots of those lava fines are stuck way underneath. I'm using the wide side of my little pokey stick, and I'm just banging a whole bunch of lava rock underneath this. I don't care if the smaller stuff gets falling down in between the bigger rocks. I'm seeing some of the bigger rocks come up to the top while I do this. That's totally fine, totally normal. Smaller rocks are gonna fall to the bottom. The whole point is that you're just creating layers of foundation for this to hold its shape like this. I want it to stay up, and look at that. It's already acting much better. And I'm gonna keep stuffing. Even some of that topsoil can go in there and help cement things into place. Okay. There are some upper roots, but I'm not going to take them all today. If they continue to be a nuisance later on, that's another story. They aren't bugging me right now. So I'm trying to pull off everything off of these upper roots here. Some of them might end up drying out towards the top, but they have good finer roots lower that are doing all the work. Now, is that the appropriate angle? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This looks so much more cool this way. Rather than the nest formation, this looks way cooler. Massive Nabari coming off the side here. I really want to make sure that my wire doesn't mar it, but it might. I need to pull my wire back further. Since stuffing it with more, I can actually kind of see that I'm starting to scar it just already. So I'm gonna try and pinch it together a bit. And pull it back, yep, okay. That's cool, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool. Now it's just kind of an extra safety. Now it's just kind of like an extra safety rope, whereas the actual akadama and lava is what's holding everything in place. Keep just stuffing it up a little taller if I can, because I'm about to do my very final layer. All right. I think everything knows where it wants to be at this point. It's all been mixed up. It's all been pushed together and all that good stuff. So I'm just gonna give one more final pull outwards and around and everything else for all of my wonderful little roots to find a place in the pot, because they're about to get dropped with one round of mulch and then one round of fine lava, and then we're done. This front looks great. This front's gonna be very, very interesting. It's gonna look really cool, guys. Yeah. What a tree. Oh my God. I'm just getting steals for these trees, guys. It's insane. Okay, mulch. And then finish it with lava fines because they look nice. And then we'll call it a night. I wonder if I should have this propped up while I'm letting it grow. I might need to prop it up at an angle. We'll have to see. So to make sure that I don't pull up any of those roots that I'm trying to cover, I'm not going to push in towards the tree. I'm going to spread out towards the outside of this. Okay. Just spread towards the outside instead of rustling up roots like over here. Just trying to do that right here. But that might just be one root that has to go. If it's just way too ornery and it's never going to find its place, then it's just got to get cut off. It's okay. Just wanted to keep it to a minimum. Yeah, this is going to go. And I see it's got like a little partner here. This whole segment. There we go. Okay, there goes that. So I'm just rubbing that bark mulch from the outside, or from the inside towards the outside. I'd normally like to kind of water it down right now, just to kind of get the bark to absorb some water and sink into everything else a little bit, but I'll just kind of like rub my hand back and forth so that it starts to fill in the gaps a little. I'm gonna water it in just a minute and that'll do the job for sure, but I want you guys to see how nice this thing looks. So yeah, this side in particular has a lot of upper roots. I don't know how I feel about all these. I really just want to stuff them in and let them go, but they're making it hard. Okay. All right, I'm gonna do my last layer of lava and then I'm done, guys. And that's GG for the night. Yay, yay. All right. Tiny little bit more of this right here, I guess. These are gonna drive me nuts. These couple little roots right here are just really not complying at all. So I don't want to cut off like a large system of roots accidentally, but some of this upper stuff just has got to go. That's part of training the roots. You need to get the upper stuff off. Otherwise it'll continue to try and do that, and I just want Nabari. All the rest of the roots can stay underground. Okay. And now I think it's time for that last layer, guys. Just like this. Our semi-decorative quick draining, wonderful lava fines. This actually looks pretty good with just the compost. That's alright, I'll put it on there anyways. This will help ensure that things don't wash away too. Typically it won't wash away as easily if there's a nice level layer of lava rock going straight to the edges. You don't have to worry about it washing off so bad. This stuff has some really crucial sand in it as well. There's a bunch of it right here that I'm letting fall in around the base of the tree, but this sand is really crucial. I keep it so that I can make my muck walls using it, because you're supposed to use super fine dust from either akadama or lava rock or some other substitute to help kind of give like a sandy grittiness to your muck walls. Really helps them thrive. All right, so guys, there's a little bit of cleanup we can quickly do, just some obvious stuff. Not done quite yet. Just a couple obvious things that I want to clean up real fast, all right? First off, let's take care of some of this really bad obtrusive dead material in the middle that's not worthy of being ginned. Like most of this stuff I can just pull off with my fingers. It's just clutter. A nice piece of gin needs to be positioned right. It can't be a piece that's blocking the center of the tree. You need it to kind of fit in with the aesthetics and not, you know, pour into the crotch areas of your tree. Hey, look, I found a juniper berry. We can do a lot more cleanup on this another day, but since I just put my final layer down on this, I didn't want to do too much cutting because I'm going to make another mess, but screw it. I'll do a little bit of cutting. We're already here. While we're doing that, I just will make sure to thank everybody who decided to come through and hang out today. It's been very fun having all y'all coming through, hanging out while I'm working on trees, doing the thing that I enjoy doing. And I like hanging out with y'all on your channels while you do what you like at the same time. Nice little community we all got here. Okay, I'm just doing some easy clips off the bottom here. Like I said, we got to get all this dead stuff out of this quote bird's nest. These things are called bird's nest spruce for a reason. They get very overcomplicated and over wiry like this. So I really got to go in and clean out some of these overly busy areas, especially that are just full of dead stuff, because the way that this was positioned earlier, there were a lot of parts of the tree that weren't getting any sun and just ended up being dead weight here. And I can cut all of that off that I feel like. But I want to leave some for Jin. This tree will look really nice with some Jin on it. 1, 2, 3. See, just little tiny dead branches out of the bird's nest. They should almost call it a rat's nest. That's what it kind of looked like when I picked it up. But once everything gets kind of untangled from itself, you start seeing the shape. And of course, we've picked out our lead. And I'm seeing that there's not too much dead stuff. It's just a lot of inward growing and kind of like self sabotaging growth here. You know, pieces like this doesn't need to be here at all. It looks like it's an entirely dead branch. Let me see. Yeah, big, long, entirely dead branch here. I can cut and leave space for Jin if I feel like it, but this is gonna clear out quite a bit of space in the center. Yep. A ton of space opened up in the middle there, and while I've got the angle, I'm also gonna take just a few more of these little scraggly branches that tried to start down here and ended up dying. So I gotta cut this one, didn't want to pull off. There we go. Nice. And we can start working faster and faster the longer we look at it, really. This is gonna make a nice lead right here. So like these two can probably go. This one in the middle can definitely go, because that's located in the crotch of 2 branches that doesn't work. So that piece is gone. One piece with some new growth. Not too worried about all of that back there. I'm more worried about the inside of the tree, where I'm not seeing a whole lot. I like this backbiting here, but it can go, because this branch is just about formed. Like, this branch actually looks really nice after you clean it up. This was a fun tree to work on because there's so many uniquely shaped branches. And how it cleans up is so important. This is a very cool lead right here, guys. We got a dope ass lead here. Okay, so this will have to get cleaned up in a little later, but I can tell you right off the bat that I can take this bad boy, and this is gonna make the tree look way better automatically. When I take, well, really I'll have to take all of this. Let me look for a sec. This is kind of a weak branch here. I don't really like it. A couple of kind of weak, spindly little branches underneath what I want to be my lead. A really nice looking lead here. So 1 or 2 of these have got to go. I'll start off with the one that's located right in the crotch, because that's not going to be the best one either way. And there's a lot of growth up here too, where it splits off in the other direction. I'll have to deal with that later. In the meantime, I've got one more big chunk in the middle here to take. See, they did a lot of pruning on this thing. There must have been a segment of it that died. There must be a big section that died. See, guys, this piece right here isn't gonna make really great Jin, because it's right in the crotch of 2 other pieces that are gonna make really nice Jin. So I'll go ahead and snap that off. And then that's all gonna be really nice Jin there. This one grows in on that branch a bit too much. I think I might cut it. I'll leave it for now. Couple of obvious dead boys back here. That one's gone. That's kind of a weird little branch back here. And then this whole one crosses and then turns to live and then goes all the way back here. I think that this is all going to be ginned out. I think that this entire piece here is going to get turned to gin. As a matter of fact, I'm almost positive about that. And we don't want crossover like this piece is right here. It is rather sneaky though. It kind of looks like it's part of the back branch. From the perspective, it kind of looks right. Even though formally it probably wouldn't be considered correct. But you know what? I don't always do things formally around here. This branch is really just small and bending down. It's off the back. It's crossing. I'm just gonna go ahead and take off the foliage here. And then it leaves that kind of same direction of windswept gin to the right. So that's not terrible, actually. Kind of like how that turned out. All right, so we've got a lot of congestion inside here. I don't want to discourage all back budding, but I'm definitely going to cut it small if it does stay. That kind of looks like gin already. So there's just this one really overcrowded branch in here that actually looks like it has old needles that need to come off. Last year's needles need to get shed from a couple of these branches. Some of that, some of this stuff, some of this. Let's see, dead stuff. You know what? This branch grows much too far in on the tree, and then there's a couple of dead ones here. There we go. And this branch just grows way too aggressively inward on the tree, so it can go. This piece can go. I really don't know what to do with this. This is such a weird little set here. Oh, okay. Oh, this is a decision made. We got some fresh gin right there. I wanted that piece off anyway because we can't have pieces crossing like that. This one's gonna have to get pulled and majorly manipulated if it stays, but I won't take it off right now. I'm just looking into the center right now, guys, and taking off more of the dead stuff as I see them. Anything growing inward or awkwardly into the tree should probably go if it's too extreme. Like this is a pretty long branch right here that there's absolutely no reason for. It's just causing noise. There's even some like new buds next to it that I'll leave to help thicken everything up, but you can get this to have kind of a funny way of shifting its canopy towards the viewer in a cool way that I actually really like. I might try and get another one of these little bird nesty things. Okay, I'm just gonna pull off a couple of pieces of deadwood here. Get these snippers out. I really like these ones. Great for going at angles. There we go. And after this gets watered a couple of times, I'll keep adjusting it to try and keep it upright, because as I'm working on it right now, it's even just getting jostled around a bit. But you know what? It needs to settle. It's going to get water and rained on. So things are going to move around a bit naturally, no matter what I do. Probably wish I would have had a better wiring plan, but I didn't get a good plan to wire this one in. I don't have good wire, so you know, a little light on choices. I really don't think I like this branch that goes back this way. I think I just want to turn this whole bit into gin. Yeah, this whole bit needs to be gin, so I gotta get this cut at least back to here. And then this... this back one I just can't decide, man. I mean, if it got brought down a lot, it could probably work if I removed some of this other junk, but I'll leave it for now. Make a decision later. Here's 2-3 branches growing out of the exact same place, and again, just kind of going into the bird's nest. So let's see what we got on the other side. Real skinny one. This one looks like it's got a little bit better directional. This one's longer, and I'm gonna take the longer one off because I don't want it reaching out that far from this vantage point here, from that little spot. And things can continue upward. Very bird's nesty, I will say. All right, what I want to do is look at the back here because there's a lot of needles that could just get pulled off of these. And I hate that I'm having to pull needles right now, right on top of my fresh layer of lava rock, but a lot of this stuff kind of just floats off with the watering anyways. Now, I'm not going to go through and deep pine this whole tree, but I am going to grab everything from the bottom moving up for at least a good portion of it. So that's all deep pined. That's all alive. There's some gin form here. All right, here's some more needles to pull off. Wow, that actually makes a big difference when you deneedle this thing. Yeah, that helps quite a bit. And these are a couple of branches that are just really not cooperating with each other. Come on, dead stuff, fall off. Okay, got that. This whole bit here is dead and doesn't really create nice gin. It's clutter and it's growing from a crotch, so it's about to get cut. This whole area is actually gonna get cut. I'm taking all of this. Taking you and you. There. How's that look from that side? Probably better. Yeah, this really likes to form clumps, especially real close to the trunk, and the bifurcations of the branches. That's way too small to be any good for gin, so that can go. Alright guys, I swear I'm just about finished. I'm just taking a couple last ganders. Don't know what I'm going to do with this little branch here. Also, I don't like this branch. It's too spindly and there's too much stuff growing down. I'm going to let this one go. There's even a new lead on it that I don't want. I'm going to take that whole segment off. So yeah, we got to clear out some of the clutter. There's a lot of ramification going on. It's just overwhelming the whole tree. I want to run my fingers through it from one end to the end or from one point to the end, it's like straightening out some hair. It's just like not been conditioned in a while. Kind of sticks to itself. But man, just doing that lower branch cleanup by manually picking off some of these needles has helped a lot. It's starting to look like a tree, guys. This one's legit. That's legit. This piece and this piece can probably go, or at least this one. That one can go. And this one right here can go. I don't want anything growing too far downwards into the other branches too much. This is a really sick lead here. I love this one. And it splits off into another kind of cool lead, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to choose. And I know for sure there's just too much stuff going on in there, so that's gonna have to get taken down a bit. Just picking some things out manually. A couple more of these nasty little there we go. Okay guys, that was a pretty good portion. Not 20% or 30%. I would say maybe like 15 to 18% of the foliage taken off there, which is not going to be enough to kill it. Or it shouldn't be. So much new growth from top to bottom on this thing. And its new orientation is sick. See, this is all just kind of messy through here. I'm gonna have to figure out kind of a strategy of how I want these to work together. Still quite a bit of cleanup that I've got to do. But as for this part, that looks really good. This part needs work, and this right side needs work. I think it might be best off just taking off like a couple of these inner branches towards the bottom. Maybe not. They actually match up nicely with each other, so if I wired some of these, they would go nicely in pairs. So I think that's all the work I'm going to do on this one for tonight. But it's potted and it's been cleaned up a bit. What do you guys think? It almost looks like a forest by itself. All right, guys, that's it for tonight. Had a lot of fun hanging out with y'all. I'm getting tired, so I'm gonna put my stuff outside, probably go hit the hay, and then maybe we'll be back after it in the next 2 days, when hopefully we can get some gin work done on a couple of U's that I have. And one of my U are gonna land on a slab, so we'll have another slab project to do. And yeah, more cool stuff. They'll come out looking like this. We got so many cool trees, guys. We are absolutely killing it. Thank you to everybody who stopped by today. I really appreciate having you here. Splack, Jenny, Tassadul, everybody else. All right, guys. I am cooked. I'm ready for the end of the evening here. So I'm gonna clean up a little bit and I'm gonna go to bed. Let's see my fish real quick. It's been a fun time hanging out with y'all. Take it easy and I'll catch you on the next stream. And we got more trees to work on next time, guys. Thanks for coming through. I'll see you later.